place. So we're just going to check all the lives, make sure that we're all good on there, and make sure that everything's golden. But there's lots in the news for being after Christmas. Hope everyone had a good Christmas. How was yours?
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. I finished my holiday with a little cough and no voice for a little bit, but I'm back.
She's got the coof.
I got it. I had a fantastic Christmas. How was yours?
It was great. It was great. Well, we did it a little bit early, and because the girlfriend's son was going to be out of hold on, I don't know what's going on there. The girlfriend's son was going to be out of town, so we did a Christmas on the 24th, opened up all our gifts. And so after that, the 25th, we woke up and just kind of ate and, did Christmassy stuff. And then went to a family dinner and pigged out.
Yeah.
Like I'm known to do.
Like a proper holiday,
mm-hmm.
Right? Well, it's really funny because a lot of families do that. They do their gifts on Christmas Eve. Our family's never done that. And our family's funny because my kids have never woken up at Christmas morning and ran to the tree and opened up presents at 6 a.m. We've always had a tradition where we waited till my parents got there, and my dad would come and do breakfast. It started around 10 a.m. and then Christmas didn't begin till breakfast was over. So that was my way of making the Christmas day last as long as possible.
Was to drag it out.
Yeah. Because, kids get up and they open everything, and now it's 7 a.m. and now what do? And so It started with my stepmother's family when my dad married my stepmother, Becky, whose birthday's Christmas Eve. Happy birthday. She would wait for her dad to come with the video camera, and there's 6 of us kids who are waiting anxiously, and she let us, usually 8:30 is when they would let us out to open presents. But my kids slept in every Christmas morning, and by design, mind you. That's all by design.
That's a good idea to get that set up early.
Yeah, since birth. They've been night people. So not necessarily morning people. On Christmas Eve, they get to open a present every Christmas Eve, and it's always, what they're going to sleep in for Christmas. But then it's long in the daytime, and they get to spend the morning with their grandparents. And then the evening, we try to invite friends. But just with this year, we just... We've had some health issues, so we haven't had a lot of people over. So my mother and my stepfather came over, and that's about
now with the grandparents. With the grandparents coming over, you have siblings, right?
I do have siblings.
Do they hit every sibling's house, so every sibling gets on a different time track?
With my dad when he was still alive.
And how many siblings argue for the last stop?
Well,
like you guys on the Christmas party in mid-December, you guys have like a raffle. No. You get the first stop. Everyone's like, no, throwing their stuff in the air. Well, this is
the thing. When my dad was alive, he did Christmas breakfast at our house, and my little brother would join him, and we'd do breakfast, and then my brother had his kids, and they still would kind of come out. But as their kids get older, they want to do Christmas morning at their own house. They do the birthday party for the other grandma the night before on Christmas Eve. And then my other step siblings would, they had a party at his in-laws' house. So my dad would go there on Christmas night, and we would just have a party at our house. One brother lives in Texas with his family. So
he's the last stop. Yeah. Every year.
We didn't get to see him on Christmas, but we try to talk to them. And yeah, I know what you mean, especially with divorced parents, because, when you're married to someone who's also have divorced parents, and Christmas morning is like, get up and do your thing. And then you got to go to this parent, then that parent, then that parent, then that parent. It can get exhausting. It's a reason to have your own kids and create a destination where they come to you, I think.
Okay.
That's my argument for that. Have kids and then they'll travel to you.
Okay. Okay.
Hopefully.
I get it. I get it. All right. Okay.
I think we're all set up.
Yep. We're all set up. We're rolling.
Hi, Fred. Thank you for tuning in.
Yes. We there's lots of stuff in the news. Hi, Fred. Sad news today. Me and Fred will both have to have a moment of silence for some of this, and you guys can go ahead and start calling in now. We can just, while we do the news, we'll just roll the calls. At 4:00, we got Phil Lyman coming on, and then we're going to have kind of an exclusive thing with him, and then hopefully we can keep him hanging over a little bit longer to answer any questions that you guys might have about his bid for the Capitol.
How about give the phone number in case they're not visually watching, they're just listening as we go.
So the phone number is 385-899-2134.
Call us because we love having callers.
Yeah, or if you're watching this on Facebook or whatever, you can drop stuff in the comments and we will we'll jump in there too. So first in the news, and this is kind of heavy, this is kind of a big deal. And I knew a little bit about this guy, but I dug into it some more. And hold on as I pull this up. Boom. Okay. So Gaston Glock dies at age 94. Gaston Glock is the guy, I don't know if he personally built him, but the guy who it's a little bit slower.
Gotcha.
He's the guy who built or owned the company who built the Glock, the pistol.
I'm familiar.
The Glock. Yes, you used to own a Glock till you went boating that one.
Yeah,
day.
that terrible boating accident.
He died December 27th at 94 years old. Now, he was an Austrian engineer, humana, but he was kind of a tough guy.
So he was 94, and he established the Glock when?
70s, I think.
The 70s.
Yeah, but let me tell you about his tough guy story. And I think in 2003.
Austrian, though, he survived World War II and all that.
Yeah, survived on the other hand. But anyway,
I'm curious. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, he survived war. I mean, he was Austrian.
He was also aged to fight in war.
Yeah. Maybe as one of those poor peasant guards. And anyways, so
now the story gets vague.
In 2003, he was tied in with this financial guy, this investment banker. And in 2003, he's like walking into his garage, and some guy in a balaclava jumps out and hits him with a big mallet, right? Hits him in the head.
This sounds like a joke.
Knocks his butt, like takes him to the ground. But Glock, like, gets up on his feet and gives a guy a little 1-2 and knocks a guy out. And the police, and the guy falls over and pins Glock to the floor.
What was he, his 70s at this point?
No, it's in 2003.
No, so he'd be about 70, not 4 years old.
79, 80-ish.
Well, he's 94 now.
Uh-huh.
And you're talking 20 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. So he'd be 74. Yeah. Anyways,
Granger High School.
He's still an old man. Well, most of mine was in Grantsville. So. Anyways, he's still an old man and straight up knocks this guy out cold. The guy falls on him and pins him down. Now he's got head trauma. The police find him the next morning.
Oh my word.
At 6 a.m. and haul him to the hospital. This guy rolls on that financial banker. The financial banker was trying to off him to take all his money. So he's in the hospital bed and jumps on his, gets a hold of his bank and like exports as much money as he can from his bank to a Swiss account. And so there's like 40 million gets moved to a Swiss account and there's still 30 million left. And the other guy puts a hold on it. And the other guy, I mean, he's set to go to jail. I think the other guy actually got prison time. I didn't dig
The
into
other
it.
guy probably had been embezzling or something from him in the
Something,
meantime.
or he just wanted to take over the whole company, because Glock is, you know, I like Glock pistols. I'm not a Glock sycophant, you know, but you know, I think their reliability is awesome. Everything else, their simplicity is awesome.
Well, law enforcement uses them. I think probably that's the standard, right?
It's because of their price and reliability is why they're universal. If I ever take anyone like a first time gun purchaser, that's what I'll still steer him towards, is a Glock 19. I think for a first time pistol, that's your kind of ideal to step into. But yeah, he 94.
Fred, how do you feel about Glock as a firearm? Fred Swain, because I know he teaches
Yes, he do.
training. He trains on people on pistols and everything else, and he trains
trades. She'll get him there.
I'm sorry, cold medicine and me are trying to make friends. But I'm curious about somebody. I know you are pretty proficient in a lot of different types of firearms, as Fred is. So I'm just curious. As Glock isn't your favorite, but
it's not. You know what? But it's not my least favorite. I think Glock is, honestly, for especially if you're not, as you go along shooting more, you become more attuned with the you know, just like anything else, you learn what you like in the feel of. For me, I'm not the biggest fan of the Glock trigger, you know, but Fred has a
Glock more than any other.
Yeah, he's ran a Glock more than any other. And yes, you know,
my problem was my hands are pretty small. So when I was training with a Glock 9mm, I had a hard time hitting that release on the magazine. While I was handling it, I would try to hit that release and my thumb just couldn't reach it. So a mini Glock, I was able to do that pretty easily.
Yeah, like a 43.
So Fred says I currently run a Glock 22.
22, yeah, that's the 10 millimeter, if I remember, and that is an expensive gun to train with. I do have a 10 millimeter as well.
It says our call screener prefers his S&W M&P 45.
Yeah, he's got a Smith & Wesson. Now, I like Smith & Wesson's current factory triggers better. I don't like their previous factory triggers. They swapped over about 3 or 4 years ago, and I like their current triggers better.
That's right. You were telling me that when I was looking at that one.
Yeah, but I'm serious. If you were to learn on a Glock, you wouldn't regret it. It is.
So Fred had said that I used it when I was on SWAT, and we shot thousands and thousands of rounds, 40 cal.
40 cal, still more expensive than 9 millimeter, but yes, Glock's fantastic.
But it's reliable. I mean, that's why law enforcement likes it, right?
Very reliable and simple, and you can find parts for it. It's like your Chevy 350. You know, here's one thing. If you're ever out to buy a pistol, when you buy a pistol, but owning the pistol is not the end of your adventure. You need to get a holster. That's the second part of that pistol. And then you've got to get magazines. So I challenge any of you watching, go into a gun store and say, where's your holster section? Where's your magazine section? And that will tell you, what type of pistol to buy, because there are fantastic pistols out there that you won't be able to find a magazine for.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Bridger. Or Tricia.
Hello, everyone. Or you won't be able to find a holster for, or one that's comfortable. Holsters. I mean, I've got a bag of shame that's, you know, I've got like 50 holsters for different pistols that I have owned in the past before I took up boating. And you find one and oh, it's cool, but you wear it for a couple days because I daily carry, or I daily carried, past tense, ATF. And you find that there's parts of it that are uncomfortable. Either it's uncomfortable just sliding it, hooking it to your belt or whatever you have to do, or just your daily wear. Does it make your hip hurt? Whatever else.
Try being a lady.
I know.
Where like mine, I have it usually
on your belly,
on my
band.
belly, and it's. I have to say though, I have a very comfortable belly band. No, I mean since the boat accident, I haven't had to worry about it.
Yeah, those belly bands are great. They are.
It's just to be able to get to the access quickly. And our call screener is Dwayne, right?
Yep.
He says there's nothing a large caliber handgun won't fix. Not a recommendation. 45 is harsh.
I do like 45. I like the penetration of 9mm. I own.
Freeze that audio.
I owned a few 45s in my day. If I know I'm getting into a gunfight, my choice is tactical nuke.
How often do you know you're getting into a gunfight?
I never know. That's why I don't have a tactical nuke. Not that, and they won't let me. And my second choice would be like a Navy destroyer with 8-9 inches off the coast. And honestly, all of them. I mean, I want to do like the Texas did, where they flood the bilges and just dump the one side so they can get more distance.
So this train was in memory of Mr. Glock, who passed away. This crazy train we're on. Is this Adam? Who says, yes. I daily carry a multi-tool and a flashlight, which is good. Brilliant.
You need to have those as well.
I have both those items in my bag at any given time.
And a lighter or a source of heat. One day we should just do a show on just your everyday essentials that you have on your person, in your car. I mean, I've been thinking a lot. Yeah, go bag stuff. I've been thinking a lot. I need to carry a tourniquet on my body because you never know that.
You do. You wear a belt, don't you?
Yeah, but a belt's not going to make a good. Well, I mean, it would, but I don't know. Well, actually, mine would.
It makes a great one. You just don't put it in a loop. You just.
Mine's a ratcheter too, so I could actually ratchet it down. Okay, so Fred says,
yeah.
Glock triggers stiffen up just before they break. I swapped out my trigger springs with Orange County trigger springs. It's smooth now. And I want to do that with my 45. I love that 45. I'm just like the Canic. I love the Canic trigger. I like the new Smith & Wesson triggers. I went down and squeezed on a new Canic competition pistol the other day.
You squeezed on it, did you?
And I had to sit down for a minute. That thing was so nice.
Fred agrees. Yes.
Yeah.
I think my eyes are about to glaze over.
It was fabulous. But and
thank
triggers,
you, Adam. He's quoted you now.
I like the penetration of it. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the thing. Now 45 does pack a bigger, just dead face wallop. 9mm penetrate more. 40s are like about the excellent in between those two, where it doesn't have as much penetration of the 9, and not as much wallop as the 45, but it hits hard. And then
Fred shoots his Beretta more accurately than his Glock.
Yeah, he's the old school 92.
Hey, I'm happy if I've got a 22.
Yeah, the 90,
22 pistol. I just want to stop the threat. I don't need to put a hole in them this big. Those
Beretta 92s, they've got kind of a bad rap for a couple things. They do have a couple soft spots, but they're awesome accuracy. And their sights, I mean, they're a simple pistol. They're not bad looking.
All right, we're 20 minutes into this.
We can talk.
And you haven't given one moment of silence yet.
40 has similar ballistics to the 357 mag. Yes, it does. 40's a snappy round. If you haven't shot a 40 before, you're going to feel it in your wrist a lot more than any of the others. It's just got a.
This is a great opportunity to bring up the training.
Oh yeah.
Please, we're going to be having Mallory on the show again, I'm sure. And she does the Shield Maidens,
Mhm.
and that's where I took my training course. And I
Mhm.
recommend anyone take a course. And actually, Fred, who's participating in the comments, we love Fred. He's a trainer as well as Jared.
Mhm.
And Jared took the course because I'm like, hey, come do it with me. And he
She-
said, okay.
She
And
made
then
me take it.
he mastered the course like on the first try. But
It's not fair. I had a lot of previous training, but I don't care if you've had previous training.
excellent.
I think
So West is having a class in March. West is also an excellent trainer, and Mallory's is in April. So stay tuned to the show. We'll get them on. And if you are totally bored by this conversation, I apologize in advance.
how can you be bored about talking about
But
firearms?
yeah, if you are interested in just getting your skills up to par, feeling confident and secure when you're carrying, and I keep saying, I mean, I think every woman should arm herself if she is got the confidence
It's
to
a
do
great
so.
equalizer.
And this class gives you the confidence to do so, I think, so that you feel like you know what you're doing and you're safely doing it, and you will put your offender down, to quote Fred.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fantastic. And I think you should procure your own self-defense. That's a right that the great state of Utah has still decided that you are eligible to have. You should procure it. But a part of that is you can own a pistol and it won't do you any good if you don't know how to run it. And it won't do you any good if you don't know how to run it under pressure. And it won't do any good if you don't know how to run it under pressure when you've got brain fog and it's dark. So you need to pursue training.
Yeah.
Pursue
adrenaline, a training preferably that does put you in a spot of adrenaline running and kind of puts you in a situational feeling. You're in the dark or you're shooting with a flashlight.
And it seems intimidating before you go,
but it's
do
so
it
fun.
anyway.
And Governor Cox, when one of his first things as governor was to allow constitutional carry,
to sign in
go
constitutional
through legislation,
and still go get your concealed carry permit. Constitutional carry only allows you to carry on the streets and places you have permission to go into. Concealed carry means you get to carry into any business, any shop, unless they've declared you cannot.
And that's if they know you have it.
Yes. So
because it's actually concealed.
Get your concealed carry permit, go through that course. Anyways, you started mentioning something and I told you to straight shut up before we went on about a Christmas gift you got for your husband, because I thought this would be great for the show, because someone we talked about 2 shows ago, the
Jace case. You never told me to shut up. You know better than that.
I know. I didn't want to get punched in the eyeball. I told you in a gentle way. Anyway, so tell them what you got in your kit. Give a rundown, another kind of infomercial for our friends over there.
I got my husband the Jace case. Got him the standard. It comes in a really cute. I almost brought it and I forgot. It's in a little like Tiffany green mint bag, but inside it's got like a Z-Pack. It's like a 5-day antibiotic.
Zimithriasin.
Something.
I said that correctly, right?
And it's got a antibiotic to treat UTIs or yeast infections. They got another drug that treats flu or a virus type drug. And then I added a couple things to the case. So like a pain medicine and Bactine. It's a little tiny. It's about this big. And it holds all those prescriptions inside. And you get 5 prescriptions. And it's perfect if you want to go out of the country. You've got medications on hand. It comes with a book that'll tell you what each medication can treat. It's, of course, go to the doctor first. If you have access to a doctor, go see your doctor. This is for, let's say there's a shortage like we faced during COVID when a lot of medications were behind and backed up. Or you couldn't get in to see a doctor.
Or it's Christmas and you've got to wait 2 days to see your doctor.
Yeah. And this was the perfect gift for somebody who believes in preparing for whatever. My husband does prepare. And I mean, I don't want to call him a prepper, but he's a prepper. He loved this. And so you go to jacemedical.com and they're located in Salt Lake City.
Yeah,
which is
you're also
awesome.
supporting local.
And they put you in touch. You put in your information. They put you in touch with basically a pharmacist or a doctor who reviews what you want, and they will write you that prescription. They also make sure you'll see a doctor first. If in fact, if you have the option, use this as a last resort. Or if you're in Mexico, for example, and you don't want to go to a Mexican hospital, but you're dealing with a virus, or you've got a UTI, there's even a medication in there for a what do they call it? The war, like bio warfare. So a chemical warfare,
chemical,
something.
nuclear stuff. Can you get like what is it, potassium iodine through them?
I'm not sure. But what I do know is they offer all kinds of stuff. So go to Jase medical.com. And if you look at, if you order something on there, you go into where the promo code is and you put in the JAM, capital J, capital A, capital M as in Mary, -1615. I believe they give you 10% off or $10 off, but they do that in honor of our show.
Yeah.
Show us support, and we want to show them support by sending you. I could not believe how happy my husband was, because I was excited about it. But then he said he never thought about that before. He's like, I didn't even think about antibiotics or things that you can actually
Seriously,
use.
I mean, those are things. And in the earlier chat, our kind of producer guy, he mentioned the go bag when we talked about tourniquets, and I have a tourniquet in my pickup, and I have one in my big old work van, and and one in the go bag. I have some Israeli trauma bandages in there, just little things like that.
Hi, Julie. So
okay, so you can also go our show, just throw this out there, our show has a umbrella producer thing, KMMU.org. Now when you go search for KMMU.org on the internet, because it's kind of new, it's going to take you to a whole bunch of different ministries of whatever. So you got to dig down. But if you look up Main Street Media Utah, just type that in the search bar. It's the first hit. And this is where we're coming through. They're the one that provides this ability for us to live stream to everywhere all at once.
Yeah, they're our partners in Main Street Media Utah.
Yep. And it's pretty cool. We've talked about them before, but a quick plug. You can go there and you can watch us there. We'll be on their Twitter, their Rumble, so all at the same time. We're like heading out to 6 different places at once. It's pretty awesome. And so go and check them out, and then support the other shows that are on there if there's something that you like. I'm not trying to force you to, if there's something you don't like, you don't have to go watch them, but check them out. And
a lot of you guys are driving a lot, and we want to give you an opportunity to be entertained by folks like us. But there's a lot of information and on certain podcasts that are going to, we've met some incredible people who are very, very smart in what they're talking about. And, I learned a lot from listening to the ladies talk about the Roundup situation and healthy eating.
The healthy eating ladies, yeah.
And so, that you may grab something out of there that really speaks to your soul. And we hope that you're entertained by us. But
it's local. This is people that they're going to talk about issues that hit you right at home. We can talk about DC all day, but you ain't going to fix nothing there. That's where good ideas go to die. But here locally, we can apply some of this stuff.
And you can find us on Facebook at Political Head Trauma, also on X. And we are on Rumble and YouTube.
BitChute, all of your streaming stuff like Apple, iTunes, and
please go to any of those sites, like us, and share us and click the notification, subscribe so that you can find out when our shows are on. That would really help us a lot in growing. And then you are part of the show with us. We want you guys as to be our daily guests, people who are tuning in, who are calling in 385-899-2134. You're calling in, you're participating, and then we're bringing in guests that hopefully will help you make a good decision when you're voting, or maybe help you get involved over certain issues happening in your town or your county, and maybe letting you know what's happening just in the news, like with Mr. Glock, who has recently passed away at the young age of 94 years old.
I know. Great man. Great man. God, he was in his 70s and a guy sent a hitman after him.
You told that story.
And he knocked the dude out cold with his fists.
That's
just pummeled him.
What I don't understand is he can knock a guy out cold, but then he has to lay under the guy for 24 hours.
The big guy fell on him and had him pinned down. And then the security or the cops came and got him.
Okay, let's get on to this next story, which is interesting.
Let me get my share up here. Oh, so Tim Ballard, he responds to the lawsuit. Okay, so Tim Ballard. Now I know back when it was the happy hour, Dave brought this up, and I said I didn't care. I thought the message was good when he said there's lots of stuff coming out about Tim Ballard. And I think I was too flippant on that. Now,
well, we said let's wait and see.
I don't want.
Let's get more information.
I'm not about to convict Tim Ballard, but what I'm going to say is that if what he's being accused of is true, it's not good at all. But the thing that does scare me is it seems like anytime anybody pops their head up above ground, they take the weed whacker to it. So I'm not saying that's what they're doing to Mr. Ballard, but...
Well, this stuff started to come out as he kind of hinted about running for Senate.
That, and right after that movie was a big hit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They gunned for him.
Yeah, and there were so many weird conspiracies around the movie. Movie theaters were not showing it, or the air conditioning didn't work in the middle of summer in movie theaters.
Yeah.
They were accusing the lead actor of being part of
QAnon
because he said the election was stolen or something.
He's a super religious cat.
He played Jesus Christ.
He did. That's where he kind of got his start.
Right?
Jim Caviezel is his name.
Was it Passion?
Passion of the Christ, yeah. Oh, okay. So anyways, let's quick rundown of what he's being accused of. He's being accused of taking the couple's ruse on his undercover stuff too far and not forcing, but cajoling, I guess, or maybe you could just say straight up forcing the ladies into situations with him. That's what he's being accused of. And
using his position that he had and encouraging young women to play the part of a spouse of this trafficker in order to make it more realistic. And I guess from what I understand, the pressure these women felt like they didn't have a choice, that the whole mission would be ruined if they didn't go along. And again, I'm still ready to wait and find out. It's really, really difficult for me as a woman to think that a man could be like, hey, I know we're both professionals and we're in this mission together. You're going to have to take a shower with me. And I'm going to go, oh, it's for the kids. Part of this just doesn't feel.
I hate to waste this semi-private undercover room we got here.
Right. It just doesn't feel. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because of what they've done for children alone. Well, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt anyway, because there's so many accusations since the Me Too movement that have come out that are just so intense. And I want women to be standing up for themselves. Absolutely. But I think that there's a lot of men who got caught up maybe in that unfairly.
There are a few people. Sean Reyes, our attorney general, he kind of got caught up with it. He's known Ballard for a while and been a big supporter, but he met with some of these complainants and he believes them. And so that's kind of a big knock against Ballard.
But Sean Reyes, they say he tried to intimidate a critic of Operation Underground Railroad.
But that
Sean is a friend of mine.
Since he came in and said he believes the women, that accusation has been withdrawn. So what were they saying was threatening, What was it him saying, look, if this isn't real, I'm going to come after you for false claim? Do they call that threatening? Because that should just be implied whenever you make a claim.
Absolutely. It should be implied because you shouldn't make a false claim.
But I don't want to sound like I'm defending Mr. Ballard right now. I want the court to do their thing.
And Reyes said he would recuse himself.
He already has.
And he's also said he's not running for re-election, which
Is that for run for a bigger office, or is that because of this? Because
I hope it's not because of this. We need to talk to Sean Reyes. I'll see what we can do to get on, because I think Sean's done a great job. I don't know exactly. I don't know the details of what's happened with Mr. Ballard and all of this and where Sean falls in. I just know that he's got to be involved as the Attorney General on a claim like this.
Well, I think where he's friends, he should have recused himself from the start.
But from what I understand is his office immediately started investigating when this accusation started.
As long as he remember Fox on the what was the subway middle of the winter beat up?
Oh yeah, the white supremacists who attacked that guy,
the Nigerian white supremacist. Anyways,
Trump supporters.
Kim Fox, I think that's her name. She was the DA there. And she recused herself, but then kept issuing orders. And that's kind of pinned her to the wall a little bit too.
Well, it should have, because they came out with ridiculousness and they proved he was a liar. And Chicago PD actually sued him for resources.
What Reyes should have done was said, it would have been good if he said, I'm going to recuse myself and hand this over to it would have been even better if he could have, if there's another place he'd have had to hand it down to a different court. But
I think anyone in his office he's got an office made up of extremely competent and straight arrow people that he could have handed it to and had them investigate that aren't personally involved in.
And I'm not saying Reyes did anything wrong. I'm just, I don't know what all went down there, but anyway, our screener says, canceled but innocent until proven guilty, please.
And Fred said, we all deserve due process. Being tried in the media is brutal. And that's absolutely true. And with Tim Ballard, he has constantly denied this. And he's denied the accusations.
He has.
His group, people are just separating themselves from him like crazy. And that hurts the organization.
Here's one thing that makes me question this. And this is a note if any of you know any of the accusers or the accusers' lawyers or representation. What makes me wonder about the legitimacy of this is it feels like it appears like at the same time, they're not only going after him, but they're trying to go after Operation Underground Railroad.
Yeah.
Now, might the Operation Underground Railroad made some mistakes and kept support of him, or there was also some an issue in one of their training things that turned out to be kind of one lady feels like it was a ploy. Sure, mistakes get made, but it seems like you would want, if you were an honest actor, you would want an organization that stops human trafficking to exist, period.
Right.
And you would want to pour resources in to perfect that which exists. And you would want to make that better. And where they're trying to shut that down,
they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
That has some severe questions in my mind. So if you are in touch with these ladies, look, fix the existing organization, because this isn't a worldwide issue that needs to be taken care of and accounted for. And that's just my thoughts on it. And that's why I have consternation with this. But new Tim Ballard, he wants to face his accusers.
Which he should, according to the Constitution, he
Should be able to. But
again, why would he not?
If it comes to sexual assault, that's where it gets touched. And I don't want to make a judgment call on either side, but I can see where it would get touchy if you were a victim of sexual assault to have to face him in the courts. I don't know. But maybe that's the price you pay for due process.
That is the price you pay, because the Constitution allows you to face your accuser. And for some women who've had to go through sexual assault in a court case, they find it empowering to actually, and some are terrified by it, and some won't even bring up charges because of that reason. They don't want to face their perpetrator. But you cannot convict people on somebody's word.
Yeah.
This is this man's life. This is his legacy.
Agree.
This is his family's name. And this is a lot of people. Sean Ray is included. Sean has been on many of these sting operations, and they've rescued so many kids. And the thing is, they've rescued so many young adults who are victims who've grown up, and they put them in places where they're getting help as survivors. And that brings us to another, to be a survivor and something like that. But I'm sorry, if it was you and you have to fight against not only the accuser, but now you've got the media.
And the media.
And a whole mess of people trying to bring you down.
The media is coming at him hard. And that's why I have severe consternation. That's why I'm having a hard time believing.
We'll mention what Dwayne mentioned.
Well, okay. So our call screener, call him Dwayne. I want to do it.
Let's call him Dwayne.
I want to call him D. Wayne Cowboys. I hope you don't mind Dwayne. He says the original information leak came from Vice magazine, who in this state talks to a rag like Vice.com. It's suspicious, but that's just my conspiracy theory opinion. Vice magazine, up until about 2012, I think was awesome. Maybe a little later, maybe 2015. They were awesome. They went and did the interview with General Butt Naked over in Liberia, which if you haven't seen that, that's just, but
sounds like a reliable source.
Everything around the midway of Obama's first term to midway through his second, it went woke. A woke explosion happened. And so if Tim Ballard was only rescuing the children that were held by, let's say, unnotable white men, the media would be praising him. There would be a parade for him in every major city, because that's the target of everyone's ire right now, including the story we're going to get to here in a minute.
I actually think most of the kids were rescued from white men.
Well, they're rescued.
These sex rings.
They're rescued from Central and South America, is mostly where Tim Ballard worked.
Yes, but those ringleaders, usually white men.
Well,
and
one of them,
Americans were some of the worst perpetrators.
Miss Columbia. But it just feels like that. But it feels like, and Vice did the same thing. Listen to Tim Pool talk about. Tim Pool was an employee at Vice, and Vice shut him down because he is too white. And I don't mean to sound like, but we're going down a crazy path as a nation, and this is going to be
a crazy path.
Super fun to watch.
A thought. It's like you were derailing. So Vice lost their credibility because they started attacking only white people. I mean, what are you saying?
That, and they started being a tool for woke.
Okay.
Every story focused on woke. And prior to that, the stories were interesting. But now every story focuses on woke. And then they get to be where they are something that the Southern Poverty Law Center quotes when they say, white people are the most dangerous terrorist threat in the U.S.
Is that the Lincoln? What is the Lincoln Center people?
The Lincoln Project?
The Lincoln Project. One of them was caught up in a.
Yeah, only one of them. That's right.
I mean,
yeah.
For some reason,
all but one of them.
For some reason, Jeffrey Epstein and all of that happening, we're seeing a reason to shut up.
I'm serious.
These sexual abuse against children and the trafficking of children. And that to me is beyond conspiracy theory when it is so, I mean, just how they tried to shut this movie down. And Tim Ballard said, this is not I gave him my story. And then they took entertainment, what's it called? Freedom, where they write in that he was in a shooting or that he killed someone. He's like, I've never killed anyone, but that's something you can do. That's artistic freedom. And they made a movie, but why all the tryouts to stop? Why did Disney have it sitting on a shelf all that time?
Caligula is king.
And this is freaking me out.
I'm telling you right now, the people that run our world, it's utterly apparent that they're all just creepy and in the bag, which means, I mean, it's been ordered that they release, okay, everyone, beginning of this year, in January of 2024, they have to release Epstein's
flight log,
customer list, pimp book, whatever you want to call it. How much money you want to bet that we're going to have some big news come out and that gets forgotten about?
I heard just.
I'm waiting for, let's see, a UFO to land on the White House.
Yeah, all of this has just been kicked under the rug, and it's so
Joe
crazy.
Biden remembers his middle name, just something huge, something unexpected.
Rabanne.
Rabanne.
That's his middle name, Joseph Rabanne Biden.
You guys elected a guy.
Don't. Here's my thing. I don't understand why they're trying so hard when this affects so many Americans. In fact, when the news came out about the guy in Ohio, I think, that had the women locked up in his basement for a decade.
Yes.
I mean, if this doesn't
the
make
bus
you
driver.
Yeah, if you don't look in every house in your neighborhood and just go, wow, what's happening in there? You never know. And then to have the American people are the number one consumers of porn and child pornography. This is horrific.
Well, yeah,
why we wouldn't be shining every light possible on this subject and getting these people weeded out.
They had that mayor. That mayor in Massachusetts just got arrested for 47 counts. He used his .gov email address as his recovery address on his child pornography sending stuff.
He's an idiot.
Look,
but I'm glad he did, because I'd rather know
Caligula
who's doing
is
it.
in charge. I think I don't look. Caligula's in charge. Jesse Smollett.
Sorry, that just came to me. My ADD.
They
going under
poured bleach on him and then tied a shoestring.
He wore the noose while he
neck.
called. That's just a joke.
He kept it on until the police came.
But we get back to this child pornography stuff and what Tim Ballard's work is, and the work he's done with Glenn Beck and the different projects of rescuing in the Nazarene Fund. And I see Glenn Beck's now distanced himself.
And then he's got that new group, Spear.
And if Tim Ballard has done something wrong, let him face his accusers. Let the word come out. But I don't want this work to stop. And he did step down.
He stepped down back in like August or September.
Yeah, before the movie. I think as the movie was coming out, I think he was prepared to step down.
He was done with that. And that was probably because these accusations were starting to come up. So to protect a good organization, it was the right move. I don't know if that's why he did it. Maybe, but I'm going to assume that. But yeah, where they're gunning for OUR, that makes me think they're dishonest in a way.
Yeah,
and
I know
hate
good
to
people.
feel that way.
who work with OUR, and I personally have donated. And the first time I ever met Tim Ballard, I mean, I listened to a presentation. I was physically sick to know what was happening that I never knew really was going on, as common as it's going on.
That's
Do you
crazy.
know how many kids go missing a year in just this country alone?
It's insane.
It's insane. And people say, well, where are they? Well, that's the thing now. A child isn't just kidnapped. I mean, they're taken, they're trafficked, and who knows where they are? Unless you find a body, you never know. If your child is in South America somewhere, over in Haiti, if they're in Africa, it's
and it's mostly, here's the thing, to message to all you left-wing, how do I say this? I don't know, natural lobotomy victims, whatever. Most of these victims are brown kids. Most of the victims are victims from third world countries, and they're victims, and the people who are the users at the end of that are mostly white Americans. Just lay it out flat. So you think, let's protect these little brown victims. So let's put this forefront. I think it should be made a national push that we deal with this criminal thing.
Now it has been. And that's where Sean Reyes came in with Donald Trump. They made sex trafficking a felony. They also created divisions of, like, FBI could go into certain countries and take, if it's an American who's living in Portugal or the Philippines who is trafficking these kids, they could go in and get those Americans. Our team could go into those countries with the help of other resources from those countries and get them out.
And Biden didn't do away with that law?
I believe that they're just trying to do a new one for it.
That's not one of the ones he did away with.
But Sean Reyes was for child sex trafficking. Sean Reyes was key to that legislation, or at least getting it through to Trump, and Trump signed it. Now, you've got all these kids. Ballard was working Homeland Security and saw it happening on the border by seeing these same children getting taken. And when they were crossing our border, they were taken to a warehouse, that inside this warehouse was a makeshift house that was fully wired with cameras, and these children were abused live. And then they were taken back over the border, and he's like, we've got to do something. And they were children that were brown. They were little Mexican children. In Haiti, they had children that go missing during their terrible disasters. And they're sending these teams in. And if you watch some of the videos, they've got movies that they've made. And Reyes was actually in one of them. I can never pronounce the name of it, but it's on Amazon Prime. The Roche or something. It's a great show. It follows men, but to know this is happening in this country and in many others, and that it's our American citizens are the perpetrators or the funders, or the ones funding these things. I mean,
they are the most. They're the most. The people who use it the most.
Consumers.
The consumers. Thank you. You walked me down the path to the correct direction. Is United States citizens. That's not to say there aren't other consumers, but
financiers.
The most is the U.S. And look, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I
think we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If Tim Ballard has done something wrong, he should get his day in court. He should be able to face his accusers. And Operation Underground Railroad should not even be a part of it, other than that's the organization that he did or did not abuse these women with.
Now, if OUR, say their board stepped in and tried to protect him after they knew it was wrong, sure, get rid of them, but don't get rid of Operation Underground Railroad. Matter of fact, start 2 more. Have Operation Underground Railroad and Project Underground Railroad, and commission start 7 more. Let's flood the world and end this.
In fact, I would even encourage people, if you haven't, I would go check out their website, read what they do, maybe donate money. Tim Ballard is not in charge of that any longer. He's handling this stuff over here, but there is a lot of coincidences. His movie came out. He talked about maybe a Senate run, and all of a sudden the then the church comes out
Yeah.
against him. And it's just
Well,
too
doesn't he?
much.
Isn't his father like on one of the higher
No,
chairs?
there's no relation. Mr. Ballard was very good friends with, and they have evidence of him at his daughter's baptism and everything else, that the person of the 12 apostles, I believe, is a Ballard, but they church publicly said that
They're not
wanted
related.
him associating as their relation. And Tim was even asked that live at one of his events, and he's like, I've never said that we're related. He's just a family friend. And then they were questioning that. He's like, well, this is him visiting my daughter in the hospital, and this is him at my daughter's baptism. I mean, this man is fighting something bigger than just a prosecutor. This is something bigger. So, folks, I ask that you at least don't miss the forest through the trees.
Yeah.
This organization is doing good.
Well, and the message of it's good. We need to keep going. We need to flood it. We need more of it.
So Fred says in 2005,
we got another one from him. We read the other factor is when there are deep pockets, accusers have that additional motivation. And so could the accusers be going after money? I don't want to
But are
cast
they going after money out of the Operation Railroad?
I don't want to cast aspersions on them.
Where's the deep pockets?
But we need the deep pockets would be, I mean, Tim Ballard's probably got, and Operation Underground Railroad probably has significant funds in there. But
a nonprofit, you're going to, I don't know. He also said in 2005, we did a drug raid in Midvale. Inside one bedroom of the house were two girls, one 14, one 15. And they were party favors for the people who came to the house to make drug purchases. They had not left that house in 18 months. This is Midvale, folks. This is 30 minutes away. And that's the thing. You never know what's happening in your neighbor's house. But the fact that, always, again, go back to the arming yourself. But there is a problem and this is what we get into with pornography. Pornography is dangerous. The younger you start watching it, the more and more detached you get. And as you get older, it seems like the desire gets younger and younger.
Well, it's not just that, but it ruins the rest of your aspects of your relationship life.
It does. But then it's a drug that you can't get your fix. And now you've created a need for consumers to get worse. And the pornography is getting worse and worse. And our children are suffering. And again, if we cannot protect the innocence of our kids, we're failing, folks.
Yep.
We are failing.
To mention Fred's last comment, he mentioned I cried hard once I could get alone. Communist Russia did everything wrong except for one thing. Granted, this wasn't communist Russia when it was finally finished, but there was a guy named Andrei Chikatilo, and he was a serial killer. Crazy person. Go watch his trial. It's the most interesting trial you'll ever see. He's sitting in a cage, and he looks like if
Hannibal
rabies.
Lecter.
He makes Hannibal Lecter look tame. He was abused, abused from birth. I mean, he's from the Ukraine, gets abused by the Germans coming across, gets abused by the Russians going back, gets abused during the Holodomor. They think his baby sister was sold to another or traded to another family. Happened a lot in the Holodomor for food because, communist Russia wasn't.
So go on about him because I don't want to turn the show into the worst.
How they did this was they had him on trial. It's an interesting trial. Like parts of it you can't watch on YouTube. Like he pulls his pants down, wiggles himself at the jury. But after he's found guilty, they take him back to his cell. I think it's 2 days later, early in the morning. They wake him up out of his cell. And they walk him out right behind the prison. And they have a woman prison guard just to kind of, he targeted both genders, but mostly women, just to kind of put a nail in the coffin. And she pulled the Makarov out and put it right behind his right ear. And they just do that. And I think
Well,
we
they don't
need to
have a
do that.
constitution there.
Yeah, but I think we should write a little thing at the bottom. If you're a child molester, this is what we do. You know.
And I think that I think something was working with Trump too on making mandatory sentences for sex offenders.
Helicopter rides.
I don't know. I think if you made it a mandatory death sentence, of course, I'm not a big fan of the death penalty.
I am not, but if you can prove that they're molesting children, there's no fix.
Well, at least they shouldn't be in society any longer.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
But
society.
can we
to the ocean?
We'll just give it time and let's see how this plays out. And hopefully I'm hopeful that Tim Ballard, that his whole organization and all that work doesn't get thrown away.
Yeah. I hope they reinforce his work. Okay. Everyone.
Now let's move on to something. I need to wash that off. I mean,
good news.
So sad.
For all of those that you're wondering, is there ever going to be a chance that we can have another voice that we could?
We talked about this last week.
So the watermelons are now on the ballot. I mean, the Green Party is now on the ballot. I'm sorry. Watermelon is a pejorative because you're green on the outside, red in the middle.
Weren't they always on the ballot? I mean, didn't your guest that you had on here, she was a Green Party?
No. United Utah Party.
January?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Green Party has always ran as independents in Utah, even though they're Green Party.
But they are nationwide.
The Green Party it's just the Communist Party that's hidden itself in environmentalism.
Okay.
And hopefully we get their person to come in and tell us about how we need to, kill all humans for.
Well, congratulations, Utahns. Now you have another choice when you are voting. So we'll try to see who's going to be representing the Green Party this year and get them on.
Yes.
Any of those candidates.
And I'm sorry if I cast any aspersion against you. I challenge you to come prove me wrong. Tell me about how I'm wrong about this and about how you guys are going to make the world a more prosperous and less caveman-y place.
Right. Because money can stop the weather.
Yeah. And giving money to the government has proven to be a successful venture.
Yeah. It's always worked out. Right.
Mm.
So Green Party, congratulations.
Yeah.
Give us a call.
They got enough signatures to get on.
385-899-2134.
Yes.
Give us a call if you'd like to comment on anything that we just talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm honestly, I know it's a dark topic and I appreciate those of you who tuned in. I think Heather was on and I'm sorry and Camille Knutson was on.
Yep.
So thank you for tuning in if you are. And if you have anything you want to add, please, you can either type in the comments or
if you've got a news story,
call us. Yeah. If you want to talk about a news story, you are part of the show. So we want to involve you. And let's go on to the next thing that involves Tooele County.
No, this is Utah. DEI. So.
Oh, my favorite.
Okay.
This is another award I think goes to Governor Cox.
Yeah. Okay. So Utah diversity programming. Backers brace for debate as initiatives come under fire. So Kathleen Reby and Angela Romero, those are Democrats, Democrat representative or senator and a representative, Senator Reby and Representative Romero. They got consternation when Cox came out and said, he doesn't think that these DEI initiatives have proven to be a net boon for colleges and everyone
And he
else.
wanted to dismantle DEI.
Well, not as much as he wanted to, but we've got lawmakers that are working on it and writing bills right now.
Absolutely. And the representatives are writing these bills, and Cox had planned to sign on all these bills because they were hurting more than helping. Yeah.
And
for those that don't know, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's not merit-based. It's usually based on if you're diverse or equity or inclusion. You have to be, the normal, you can't just be the normal every day. You have to be in a box of some sort. And then
Yeah.
you're guaranteed special rights instead
I
of
think
merit-based.
I want to call it Jane Crow laws.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I mean, it's the feminine side of Jim Crow laws. It's all it is. So,
now Kathleen Reeby ran against Celeste Malloy.
Kathleen said something on the show that gave me heartburn. We were talking about the Second Amendment. No, we were talking about the First Amendment and, the freedom of speech. And I said to her, it's ingrained in the Constitution. It's very important. It's, whatever. And she said, yeah, but it was written by white men. So the color of their skin is what justifies whether that prize document carries value or not. And I was like, so.
Okay, well.
DEI is where special allowances are given to minority groups, except Asians, obviously, right now. I mean, unless you went somewhere where Asians weren't super successful, maybe a driving school. No, I'm just kidding. That was a low blow. but
my goodness. Okay. You need a timeout for one. For two, he just means anybody that's finds themselves in a specific box of minority.
Here's the deal. I don't think that anyone pushing DEI is a bad person. I don't think Kathleen Reeby.
I don't think they're logical.
Bad person. I think she is delusional. I think she has fallen off her rocker and is rolling around on the floor. But I don't think she is a bad person. Jonathan Haidt, if you haven't read Jonathan Haidt, what is it? The something mind. Why is it? Anyways, read Jonathan Haidt. He breaks it down, and the way that people who are on the left and right, it's ingrained in them. You can't train them into that. You can ruin them by sending your daughter off to college. She comes back purple-haired and hates you. But that's already kind of in her.
It's designed to make people victims of something.
They just reinforce that.
And you're a victim of your color of your skin. You're a victim of where you come from. You're a victim of who you love, of sexual preference. You're a victim of gender.
But it's segregating people again. And seriously, this is what the postmodern communists designed, is they wanted to segregate us to make us hate each other so they could infiltrate and take over. And I don't think Kathleen Reeby, I think she's a communist because she thinks it'll do well because she doesn't know any better. Just like Bernie Sanders. I mean, I don't think he's evil. He just doesn't know any better.
Fred says DEI goes far beyond special consideration. It's a vehicle to punish one demographic.
100%.
And that is absolutely right.
Here's what I want to tell all you. Okay, I know no one in the audience is a leftist, weak-kneed, spineless, whatever. But if I could tell them, I would want to tell them the same thing that I want to tell everyone. Everyone that wants to wield political power. Whatever political power you use today, be ready for your opposition to use tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So, you DEI folks, once you successfully shoved white people down into the dumps, and then either A, my prediction is they rise up and they show you some violence, or B, they become the rug that you want to step on. Be ready for them to either be that minority that the world gathers around and supports to hold someone else down, or worst case scenario is they rise up and I'm saying they, because I am not a part of that, because I witness what you're doing and I'm an old man. But be ready for them to rise up and wield that back in the end.
I don't understand what they think the ending looks like.
We're seeing feminism. Here's, we'll give a little
look
culture
at the president of Harvard.
Yeah, she's. Yeah.
So she was chosen based on DEI.
Yeah.
Was she the right person for the job? Probably not. This latest
What do you mean? Probably not.
Supreme Court
How are-
justice,
How are
was
they?
she, when you know, look, we don't care who it is, it's going to be a Black woman Supreme Court justice. Oh, okay.
How are they ever
Why?
going to charge a kid now at Harvard with a what do they call it when you copy stuff?
Plagiarism.
Plagiarism. I was about to say pugilism. A boxing.
You can't.
With plagiarism, when she does it, how are they going to hold students accountable when they're president?
Who out there wants a doctor, a surgeon who was given their degree based on DEI?
Or a pilot.
A pilot.
But
a
anyways,
police officer.
none of that matters. But so whatever you do, be ready for it to be wielded in reverse. So story time.
Okay.
Feminism started marching in the 60s. We've seen a lot of laws come out where they're negative towards husbands.
Well, it used to just be, feminism used to mean you support equality for women.
Sure, 19th Amendment. Yeah. Anyways.
That's what it used to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. So men get their butt handed to them in divorce court. Men, eat a pile of poo and everything else. Well, now we're seeing a lot of men who are like, I ain't getting married. And they're withdrawing from that market. Some of them are even going so far as to saying, I'm just going to stay home and play my video games and I ain't even going to date. And now you're seeing women, which is also a part of feminism because, you got the whole OnlyFans thing. But now you're seeing it where one high value man has like 20 girlfriends and none of them can get that fulfilling commitment. So
birth rates have dropped.
Birth rates are down. I mean,
birth rates dropping has this very long-term effect on society that we won't recover from.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Wait. All you kids who are like your son, wait until you're finishing off paying the Social Security of the boomers when there's like, only two of you per boomer. And then, that much more taxes has to go into the boomers. Where right now we're at like, I think 5-1. You're going to hit that 2-1 mark. China's going to be hitting that 1-1 mark. Imagine that. But hey.
Fred says bring back polygamy. And I'm like, polygamy, I don't even think would work because then a man has to be.
That's the situation.
A man would have to choose many wives and he'd be responsible for all of them.
We're in
financially. I don't think men want to even deal with women at this point.
We're in a non-pronounced polygamy where the ultra wealthy have peeled off a subset of multiple women, cutting their equals and in their dating range margin of men right out of the market. So those men drop down, cutting those men down. And then you've got this subclass who aren't dating, can't date, can't find anything. This is going to be, it's going to be so much fun to watch. And,
plus they've feminized men in such a way that, I mean, it's a real deal where boys are shamed if they're masculine anyway. And there's this microaggressions if they open a door for a girl or if they.
Well, at least they're putting lady napkins in the boys' restrooms now. So we're good.
If your boy acts at all macho, it's like he's punished for it. And it's like we're raising wimpy boys who don't turn into strong men.
We are going to come face to face with the weak men making hard times, and it's coming up fast.
Yeah, say that saying again.
It's an old kind of proverb. It's, strong men make good times make weak men make hard times make strong men.
Yeah, so we're in the right now we're making hard times.
We're making hard times. We're in the weak men are being made and hard times are being made.
So we need to have our younger children grow up to be strong men.
Oh, we don't need to. The world will do that for us.
Because the world is going to get tougher. We're going to need strong men and women. But women, I mean.
We're going to be touching natural selection with our children soon. And we're not going to want it. But the world's going to give it to us. We're going to have doctors that are going to fail at doing doctor things, and we're going to have, failures in our grid, and we're just going to have a lot of failures.
Oh, I can't even.
It's going to be fun. Everyone.
I can't see who thinks DEI is a great way to make a nation. It's so scary that it's not merit based. A woman can be just as capable of being a pilot, a surgeon, all those things. Mm-hmm. But she, who is doing those things and is doing all of the work and learning everything she needs to learn, that's what makes them great. Who cares what sex they are? It's how smart they are, how well they've taken these courses, how much they've learned, and how well they execute. It shouldn't be like, well, we're gonna hire only a Black gay woman to be the spokesman for the White House. No one else must qualify. No one else apply.
Wait a second. South Park.
It's true. We're living a South Park episode.
Put a chick in it, make it lesbian and lame.
And you're thinking, wait, this is real? And what happens if the shoe's on the other foot, where somebody else comes in and goes, I'm only hiring white men over the age of 50.
I say, okay, here's the thing.
By the way, Fred says real men don't worry about shaming.
And that's true. We're heading down this path regardless, because they have all the institutions of power and we're not wrestling them back. We're not. Just the world will take care of this for us. When? I don't know, but they will. What'll happen is they'll keep heading us down this path until we reach that world that makes men hard. And then
isolate that audio.
And then and then
grow up.
And then those men will fix the world. That's just what'll happen. Women, I'm not saying women don't have value in that, but women can also be strong, but that's not a common thing with them, because nature or God or whoever, whatever your
the strengths are different
belief in, they are built to do a different task.
Are different. I believe women are just as strong as men, but in different things.
Yeah.
And I really, really think that this is detrimental. And I know Trump said it before. He said that, and he called it political correctness. He said basically political correctness is going to ruin this country, and he's not wrong. It's turned into this DEI stuff, and teachers are having to go to trainings. Our military is having to go to trainings.
Utah's National Guard 18th Special Forces Group had to walk around in high heels. They had to walk miles in high heels.
Was that just
2017? I think
because they do that every year. A mile in my shoes.
Yeah,
it's an organizational thing, but
that is. Forget about any openly forward stuff. That is like the argument you hear that they always put strong Black actors in a dress in a movie.
I've never seen Denzel Washington in a dress.
Probably because he said no, and he got good before they started doing it. Well, the Wayans brothers.
Yeah, but that's comedy. And
doesn't matter. They'll throw them in a dress.
But they used to do it with men too.
They still do. Yeah. But right now the target is, so that strong Black actor will go from playing a gangster to what's the proper word for it?
Drag?
A thing that goes between a transmission and a driveline.
Okay, I don't.
Transmission.
Okay, so I think we should move on.
But anyways, yeah. But hold
I
on,
appreciate Governor Cox standing strong on this, because
and we've got to. You know what? Our nation has to be equal for every member of our nation. Period. End of discussion. Give you everything all the same. You get the right treatment in the courts. You had that Black guy in New York 2-3 days ago stabbed those two South American girls that were white girls. He's sitting there, he's saying, I want to kill all white people. I want to do all this. stabs one in the back, rubs her lung. The other one gets up to run, stabs her in the leg. They had issues with him a month before. He just wants to kill white people. They're not charging him with a hate crime.
No, and they don't. And it's almost impossible to get a hate crime against a white person.
But yeah, but if
that's not equality, folks.
If a white guy sneezes improperly and doesn't cover his nose the correct way in the vicinity of a minority, he's getting a hate crime thrown at him. So we need to have this shit equal. And I don't like hate crime laws. I like laws. I like laws that you can prove that are
every crime
adjudicated.
is a hate crime.
That's a good point.
You don't rob a person without a little hate in you. You don't beat a person up without having hate in you.
You don't rob a person unless you hate being poor.
It's just hate. Any crime that you're committing involves hate anyway, but hate crime laws are not about equality. And that's the problem. None of this is about equality. If it was based on merit, that is equality. Every one of us gets an opportunity, and we should have to excel in grades. We should excel in this, excel in that. There should be scholarships out there for kids who may go with lesser than.
I think scholarships should be first of all, private. So the scholarships can go to whatever you want because it's private.
There are a lot of private scholarships.
I don't think private should be held to any account for who they want to service or not.
That's the thing. You can have scholarships everywhere that say for a black
I'm an insane free market guy.
Could you have a scholarship for white students in poor neighborhoods? I mean, if you're going to do a scholarship for people in poor neighborhoods, like the one scholarship here in Utah about 9 months back, they wanted someone from a poor, home life and with excellent grades, and they were going to award it, but it had to be a child of color. And it was like, there's a lot of children that are white that are in poor neighborhoods from broken homes.
Remember, they're carpet.
Why not just make it you put a standard? Why do you have to put color on it? And the more our government and our corporate America try to divide us into these little boxes, DEI boxes, there's going to be, especially rural parts of the United States. I mean, eventually you're going to have people just go, nope, I'm done.
If you guys get a chance, there's a YouTube channel called What If Alt Hist, and he does a good program on his prediction of how this is going to play out. But anyways, D. Wayne, he said, go ahead and pick on men. They're the ones who keep the grid up in ice storms, who keep your car running and lay bricks. Who is John Galt? It is us. He also says, I'm taking my ball and going home. Crime, like justice or speech, does not need a modifier. 100%.
So, and that's all true. And what was the next story? Because we're getting to, we're so excited. We have a gubernatorial candidate coming on today.
Yes.
And
Phil Lyman's coming on to chat with us. He's been on the old show before. This is the first time on the political head trauma. We like Phil. He's a stud.
And we're really excited. So we want you guys to be a part of the show and get ready for questions.
Yeah, you make sure you shoot questions at him. He'll
be on at 4.
Mm-hmm. So next story, I'm not going to share anything with it. A lady in Houston, she lives in the assisted housing.
You should share it. Share it on the full page.
All right. What's that?
Like you could just share it up there and then not have us on it.
You need to step out for a second.
Kind of.
Okay. 1 second. All right. Sorry, guys, as you listen to me do all the stuff. Boom, boom, and
what was that advertisement?
I don't know. Diabetes. Wilford Brimley. Let me tell you about diabetes.
We're still here.
I know. I don't know how to. Maybe I can. Hold on. I'm still working on it. We'll go like this. There we go. Nope. I ain't doing it. Anyways. So if you need to step out.
I'm just going to step
Yep. Step out. Take off your headphones before you drag them into the hallway with you. Anyway, so Aaliyah Wallace, 25, said she bought a gun after 4 previous attempts of burglaries into her home. So a woman in Houston was she lived in subsidized housing, and people kept trying to break in and whatever. So on December 14th at 3 a.m., she's cleaning and she hears the noise. She goes back to the back room. Someone's trying to break into her 8-year-old or 12-year-old daughter's, it says here, break into her 8-year-old daughter's bedroom. So the guy is silhouetted in the window, lifting the window up.
Oh my, that's terrifying.
So she shot him. Considered a justified shoot, right?
Did she not know? I mean, that could be dangerous.
Ended up being a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I don't think you shoot someone without knowing exactly their
if someone's
intent.
breaking into my daughter's room.
Yeah, but you don't know if it's a boyfriend sneaking in to see your daughter. I mean, that happens.
If a boyfriend is sneaking into my 8-year-old daughter's room.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said the daughter was 14.
No, the kid was 14. That kid is going to find vents. I'm going to let the air out of Bambi.
I'm just going to put Christmas decorations underneath this, like Home Alone.
Well, here's the deal. So she defends her home. The right to self-defense.
But he's not inside the home yet, correct?
He's opening the window and entering. So,
well, in Texas, you can protect property with a gun.
Yeah. At night, you can kill people running away with a horse.
Yeah, in Texas, they have a lot of different laws.
But no, justified shoot. The police call it justified shoot.
Right.
Texas is good with her. They're like, you defended your home. We're sorry. This is a 14-year-old. The mommy and daddy, the 14-year-old, are probably not happy about it. But, they should have kept him at home. He's 14. Why is he out roaming at night? Anyways.
Why is he going into your bedroom, into your home?
Yeah. So what happens, though, is that housing, the assisted housing or subsidized housing, evicts her because
the federal government assisted housing
or state government says that she's not allowed to own a gun there. And so I've got a question, and my question, Texas, I know Texas preachers are good on guns. They've never been great on guns. Utah beats Texas every time. Note to you, Texas guys, you single star guys. You guys are playing catch up. I think Texas should say, wait a second, you're taking away a right,
constitutional right,
a constitutional right. Then the state can't support you in your subsidized housing bid. You can't be a part of our program and kick that housing unit off the list.
Let's see who the program is under, federal government or the state of Texas.
It'd be state, because subsidized housing is always state. Federal government doesn't do direct handouts of welfare. It'd be state. But I think Texas needs to do that, which my question is, what are Utah's laws on this? I want to know where Utah stands. Would the state of Utah come after the subsidized housing?
I cannot see that being legal. I could see this being a fight in court every single day. It is your Second Amendment right. It's your civil right.
Here's the hard thing. I think eviction should be easier than it is.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Okay. But I think on the other side, Texas should come and say, okay, you don't want to honor what we've said is the rights of our citizens. We're not going to put you on the list that we will do subsidized housing for, and withdraw that apartment complex or that.
So whoever's homeowner that she's renting from is the one who had the rule.
I guess. And she said she didn't know about it, and she had reported it to the housing unit on all the other times. And she has 4 police reports reporting all the other break-ins.
I don't understand why it's anyone's business, regardless.
But no, and I think a housing unit should be allowed to say, we don't allow any of our tenants to own firearms.
That's like saying we don't allow any of our tenants to be black.
I also think that should be fine. I believe in free markets.
But I believe in civil rights, especially constitutional rights. So You can't take someone's constitutional right away from them.
No, it's a voluntary thing.
True, but even Section 8 housing is a government entity.
That's what I'm saying. That's where the government needs to come in and say, okay, you're no longer on our list of approved providers. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Just
I
like
agree.
I think the state of Utah should write up Vanguard and BlackRock right now and say your actions with DEI is no longer on our approved providers of 401ks or retirement plans.
He's saying landlords who accept Section 8 housing choice vouchers are accountable to state and local laws on gun possession. Call in, guys, if you have any information on this. 385-899-2134. He says, because of the variations between states, there are many places where Section 8 voucher holders may not be able to keep firearms in their apartments.
And I think that should be announced up front, because I think, let's say I'm renting to a place and I think, and I say, I'm renting a place and I say, no big dogs. You can have cats or teacup, whatever's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that should be legal. And let's say that I've got a neighbor, and my neighbor, will say her name is, James or Jeff. I mean, his name, he doesn't like guns in this story. Sorry, I mixed that up, guys. So let's say James or Jeff, or his name is Jennifer or Brooke or whatever. They don't like guns. I think they should be allowed to say, I will rent to someone, but I do not want a firearm in my home. I think their home, their property should be treated like their castle, and they should be able to decide. But I think the state on the other side should say, if you want to be a part of our program where we assist you, where we subsidize, you have to honor these constitutional rights. Just like if an apartment said, I don't want to have Black people living here, the state says, you're not going to be a part of any of our subsidization.
Well, I'm with you. I want to know who thinks that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just because I want to know where not to go.
I would rather
But imagine if you're in law enforcement and there's that rule. What am I supposed to do with my firearm when I get home from work? I wouldn't.
You just wouldn't live there.
You wouldn't live there.
Yeah, that's just straight up. Like, I wouldn't live anywhere.
So this woman's not facing any crime. She's just facing losing her apartment.
Well,
she's not facing losing her Section 8 status.
No, but you know how long it takes to
years.
Yeah, years to attain that. She's lived there for 6 years. Her daughter is 8, and I imagine her daughter was 2 when her daughter was barely born.
4 break-ins. So Fred says, in Utah, there's nothing that can prevent you from possessing a gun in your vehicle or home.
And that is true. But if you're renting a place, can the landlord prevent that?
Landlords have so many restrictions on them anyway. Like if you take certain applications, you have to accept someone and their service dog. And in some states, they have to prove the dog as a service dog. It has to be certified. But in other states, I think like ours, you just have to say it's emotional support animal. And remember that whole debacle with the airlines, and airlines are like, enough with the horse.
Took an ostrich on.
Yeah, or the miniature pony. And eventually they started to kind of ring that in a bit. But landlords have to be able to say, okay, wait. You've got to prove this animal is a working animal and it's certified and all that. But in some states, like you have to, there's a lot of rules for landlords.
Well, as a free market person, I'm a free market worshiper. If I was to say that I have a religion, my religion is laissez-faire, free market. And I think that a landlord should be able to declare that they don't want firearms on their property. And I think the government should declare that the people will only support, because the government is the voice of the people, will only support those businesses that comply with the laws of the land, which means the government says we will no longer support subsidized housing if the landlord has a meth lab in 2B.
Can you imagine the target you put on your home like, or your apartment complex by saying no one with a firearm can live here. Can
Look,
you
I love it.
imagine?
I love it. Natural selection. Please do that.
This poor woman. I'm just
Like if I went shopping one day, we've got what 3 main grocers here in Tooele. And if I went shopping and one of them said this is a gun-free area, my shadow thus far would not cross their threshold.
Well, they say that about most schools.
No schools in Utah are gun-free zones. Not one.
That's
By
good.
state law. State law, schools are government property and you may carry firearms in government property except for courthouses.
And that, I mean, I'm just saying that's crazy. I wish the best for this woman because
Again, Texas, Utah has the best gun laws. Eat it.
my brother's in Texas. You be nice.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
So Fred
that you're in
says they can
Texas.
screen
So-
for that, but once you live there, state law rules. I guess you go through the month and a half of eviction. I mean, eviction's a pain in the butt, but this is adding in a second layer, which is government
Seriously,
subsidy.
that lady needs to quit paying and wait until the sheriffs escort her out.
Still, it's a civil matter at this point.
It's-
And she could sue them for violating her
Sure,
constitutional rights, but I don't know.
Before then, quit paying and wait until, don't leave that place until a sheriff shows up. Let it go through the full process.
Well, you definitely let the press know about it.
Try-
See what you can do.
Well, she has, and that's a good thing. And I think Texas needs to step in and say, this apartment complex, really, you don't like the laws of our state,
Especially Texas.
No, this is not new for Texas. Remember
I'm just
what was that?
disappointed.
Okay, Fred, walk with me here. There's a lady, a pretty lady that became a congresswoman from Texas. Anyways, there was a hot dog shack called like Eddie's or Harvey's or whatever. It's a hot dog, kind of a fancy hot dog burger shack, whatever, down in Texas. In Texas, this is in the 70s, 80s. Texas had awful gun laws. You couldn't concealed carry. They were no permit concealed carry state, nothing. And this lady from Texas was one of the ones who fought it through nationally to start getting concealed carry permits working around the nation.
I'm stunned.
Anyways, yeah, I'm not. Texas is smokescreen for conservatism. Remember, Carroll Shelby left Texas because he wanted to build race cars. He went to California at the time, the free state.
How things have changed.
But anyway, and Texas is getting better. They just got to catch up.
Okay, what's our next story?
But this is the last one, so we'll drag this out. I got to use the ladies' room after this. Anyway, so Texas.
Why don't you do yourself a favor, use the men's room.
No, I'm telling this story. She's in there, and she's in there eating lunch with her mom and her dad. Bad guy comes in, got a Chevy pickup.
I remember this story.
Boom, bangs through the door, comes in, kills everyone but her. Kills her folks, just starts gunning people. She lived, I think, because her dad
Didn't
fell
she
on her
go to
son.
her purse and realize, oh my gosh, it's in the car. I couldn't bring it in.
She couldn't carry.
I remember her
because
testifying in front of
was
Congress.
awful about it. She became a congresswoman too.
Wow.
And that was Texas. Now, they're catching up. Still can't carry them on a school grounds in Texas. Texas, you're still behind.
Well, does Texas have security on school grounds?
I don't care. I want to take security into my own hands. I think we should start training kids when they're young. I think by the time they hit middle school, the kids are all in there concealed carrying themselves. But that's just me. Utah, you're behind what you should be.
I think the mental illness problem in this country
would disappear. Well, first of all,
it's scary.
It would also disappear if we got rid of politicians like Reby and AOC and all that are out there saying, you're a victim. You're a victim. You should cry because you're a victim. The world, it's everyone else's fault that you're failing at life.
I just heard on my podcast I listened to, Handle on the Law. Have you ever heard his podcast? He's a lawyer who just gives you mediocre advice and tells you don't have a case, but he's been on for years and years. But one of the cases was that in Oregon, after COVID, they decided to eliminate test scores and rules for graduation under this DEI because they felt like kids couldn't either attend online school or they weren't understanding. And because of COVID, it set them behind. And rather than catch them up, rather than catch them up, you have to just let him pass. And this, ladies and gentlemen, could be the person representing you in court someday, could be the person who's doing surgery on you, or who is piloting your aircraft. And this is terrifying. Comes back to DEI just being a terrifying thought.
I love it. You know what? I don't think there's enough blind pilots. Reby, get on that. Fred says BYU, because of their private property status, does not allow guns on campus, and they can, and that is true. I believe.
But you can. Any public college
BYU,
you can in Utah.
Dixie, University of Utah, as long as it says.
What did you just call that place?
What?
Dixie.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
It's Utah Tech.
Yeah, Utah Technical, whatever. Anyways, this is another insight. I want to know who kicked the sand in your nether regions, people who had to change the name of that. It's another reason why I would not go to BYU. I wouldn't. I don't support that. And I'm sorry for all of my LDS friends. I really don't support the Mormon Church. The Mormon Church has been awful on all. It's like they're trying to make up for not giving the priesthood to Black people till like 84.
And
because
we are officially off the rails.
They are leaning in hard on all this woke crap. The LDS Church is awful about it.
Well, that is the problem with churches, is they are made up of imperfect humans that make mistakes.
Yep.
And so I don't like to hold the whole church accountable for certain ideas, but I understand where you're coming from.
When the church says no guns, I'll hold the whole church. There's a Church of the Gun. I think the guy got arrested. Let me see if I can find that.
So, Fred Johnson said, "You just lost me, bigot." I'm telling you, you cannot.
What about the church being awful on the woke stuff, or about guns?
I don't know which.
I'm not saying guns. I'm saying self-defense.
It's really difficult because it's not just the church. I mean, it's businesses, it's corporations, it's society as a whole. Like, we're getting lost to this, and I don't know how any nonprofit can stay in business without. I mean, it's almost so that you're required to follow this woke stuff to stay alive in corporations. I mean, I don't know. You saw Bud Light, and you're seeing Disney.
Oh yeah, Bud Light as Bud Light wore the heels off their boots. Backtracking on that.
It's true, and I've seen a lot of Bud Light commercials lately that are they're going back to the roots of just family and
if it didn't
fun.
Taste like warm horse piss, I'd start drinking it. But I don't like Bud Light.
So, in your vehicle at BYU, Fred, I think it's a good question. I know students at the University of Utah who fought to make sure that they could have it not be a gun-free zone, and that started happening after the college shooting.
The one in Virginia Tech, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And so where kids in University of Utah were like, whoa. And then there was the young lady killed by her ex-boyfriend, gunned down. She was the track star.
Yeah. That was here in Utah.
That was in the University of Utah.
He was I'm trying to remember the story. He was he went to the National Guard basic training, got kicked out, but then kept saying he was in the National Guard forever and roped her in. And then once she saw who he really was, she's like, I don't want to see you anymore. So he's like, well, let's go for a breakup car ride. And she went. And
she was on the phone with her mother outside of her apartment. Her mother actually heard her getting murdered.
Oh, really?
On the phone.
Oh, we might be thinking of a different person then.
Horrible. But again, like I hope every college girl goes to school with a firearm.
Oh yeah. You got to have a CCP to carry at state schools. Yes, that is correct. You have to have a concealed carry permit to carry at schools. You have to have a concealed carry permit to carry in Walmart, unless you get prior permission to carry in Walmart. So I'm saying everyone get your concealed carry permit, then learn to concealed carry. It's kind of a pain in the butt when you first start doing it, because you kind of have to update your whole wardrobe. You got to get your pants become an inch wider than they were the month before. It just happens. you know.
So what about people who want to carry, but they don't want Walmart to know?
Well, you're breaking the law, because you have to get permission from private business to concealed carry on their grounds, unless you have the concealed carry permit. The concealed carry permit is permission given by the state to carry on their grounds.
Gotcha. So that's interesting. Now, coming up with this, do you want to go take a break before Phil comes on?
Yes, I will do that. I'll go use the little boy's room. And then I'll let you entertain him for a minute. You can apologize for what Fred Johnson felt about me.
Well, I think that in Utah, it's really, really difficult because we are so used to being raised with the Mormon Church is a really big deal here in Utah. So we get up close and personal when we see. I mean, I lived next door to the temple downtown for years, and best neighbors you could ask for. It's a beautiful, beautiful temple down there. But then I also saw a lot of the marches, and a lot of heartache came down on the church over the gay movement and equality and a lot of that. So I can't imagine how they're actually, as a church, able to still keep their tax exempt status. They're fighting the government. They're trying to do their work and do good works. And I mean, there's no better neighbors, in my opinion. I just think that some people in Utah, it's hard because you either have people who love the church or hate the church. And it shouldn't be that way. I think that every single religion is got its faults because it's made up of imperfect humans, perfectly imperfect humans. So with that in mind, I'd like to move on and just talk about Phil Lyman, who's running for governor. He's running on the Republican ticket. And I was going to say that Fred Swain said, "I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6." And I absolutely agree with that. And along those same lines, I think that when seconds matter, police are just minutes away. And I always think of that because when you are in trouble, you've got to be able to take care of yourself. And that's a God-given right, not given to us by the government. I think you should be smart and well-trained. So I always highly recommend anyone who's wanting to carry, learn everything you can. I feel the same way about voting. When you want to vote, learn and vote. The order matters. So that's what we're trying to do here on this show is we just want to get on anybody who's running, and we open it up to Democrats and to the New Green Party and the Constitutional Party. We want them to come on the show, talk about their plan, talk about what their background is, and then their vision for Utah. And honestly, I know everyone has issues with the electeds that are currently, because right now you've got Governor Cox that you can easily show his record. But we've pointed out a few things just during this show that are very positive that Governor Cox has done. And I think when you're going to take on
he's coming through for us lately.
When you're going to take on an incumbent, what I like to know is, what are you going to do better? What are you going to do differently? And at the end of the day, are you making decisions that give us more freedom or less freedom? Because I think that is something that is getting lost in DC constantly. And I feel confident in our personal representation here in Tooele County at the state level. Our representatives are phenomenal, and I know that's in the back of their mind all the time.
We're the luckiest county in the United States.
We are. Bridger Bollinger and
Hands
Representative Bollinger and oh my gosh, Tim Jimenez. Sorry, it's cold medicine.
Tim is great. Bridger's great.
Those two always have that in the back of their mind.
Mayor Critchlow.
Which Jared Hamner and Scott Wardle.
Man,
I mean,
we're winning. We are winning the lottery. If only we had some water.
Well, and the thing is Governor Cox Deidre has been out here Lieutenant Governor has been out here on multiple occasions. Governor Cox has been out here talking with businesses, and I know legislation from our senators regarding water. It's always in the forefront. So we're hoping. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
He heard his name probably.
Someone somewhere names
We're
me.
really, really lucky. So when we have candidates on, just me personally, that's something I'm always thinking to myself, what can they do that's not being done already? And what are their thoughts when it comes to those slippery slopes that come through in legislation that can actually lead to less freedom or more freedom? And where do these people fall in line? I would love to have Governor Cox on, or Deidre Henderson. We got a lot of questions there, and I think they could be extremely informative on what kind of laws they've faced both through this session, last session. I mean, Governor Cox and Deidre are up for re-election, and all of our representatives are as well. So we plan to have Bridger and Tim. They're going to be on, I believe, on the 12th. So please tune in. We're going to talk with them about pre-session conversation, what bills they're personally working on, what bills they see coming up that affect our county as well as the state. And then we're going to have, hopefully, I will hear back from our county chair, Jared Hamner, regarding what's going on in our county. And we're looking for our county manager to be on as well, Andy. So we're spoiled in Tooele County, but it's not because we are not busy. We try to stay constant, up to date with what's happening politically, what's happening in the county as far as events. We're still a small town community feel, but we're growing a lot. And we've just got some great people. Don't forget to give us a call, though. 385-899-2134. We would love to hear from you. And when Phil is on, we're going to be doing an interview with him, but we want you to be a part of that interview. So if you have questions for a candidate running for governor, please call in. And we're not censoring you. You're welcome to.
Just don't use any of the no words.
Right. We are following FCC rules.
We're trying to stay in the good graces of the FCC.
Thanks to our media partners in Main Street Media, Utah. And you can check them out on www.kmmu.org.
Yeah, or just look up Main Street Media Utah. Make sure you put the Utah in there. I have found, and check out their other shows. We've gone through all this. D. Wayne says checklist when I leave my house: wallet, keys, glasses, phone, gun.
There's a lot of people out there that are like that.
Yeah, every day
before the boating accident.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now it's a Nerf gun, but that's just to keep up with appearances. So I keep that hip loose, and it is a pain in the butt. It's a sacrifice to have, a couple ounces on your hip digging into you. You'll go from buying, the 34-inch waist jeans to a 36 just to accommodate that. You'll buy a more expensive, heavier belt. And then you'll get that holster. You'll be like, I like it. It's uncomfortable. I need to get a sticky for it. So you'll get a sticky pad. You'll pop a sticky pad on it.
Can you make it smaller so I can walk out for a break?
I cannot.
Okay. Thank you.
Here, we'll just. But, it's just little things like that. You've got to make, those choices. But I think self-defense, you wouldn't want to say, I only want to have a spokesperson for me. If I've got something to say, I'm going to make sure I call up the police department to come and say, oh, he wanted to say this. This is what he meant. You want to get your own opinions out there. That's your First Amendment. Your Second Amendment is self-defense. Third Amendment is to not have soldiers living in your house, but that was written in for certain reasons. Now that she's gone, we can go off the rails. Fred says, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. 100%. Yeah, you have a chance. If you're carried by 6, you have no chance. Deep pockets again. And then he also says, love Tooele County. And we are way lucky out here. We've just got such a squared away representation. The city seems to run very sound. Both of them, it all just seems to work and come together. There's a lot of compassion in the way they run it, but not in a way that's fake or obtrusive. They, we're just really lucky. And Holly's not here to drive us forward. So, yeah, I looked it up. You cannot conceal carry while at BYU or have firearms in your apartment. Concealed weapon permit holders are allowed to conceal carry at other Utah institutions, including the University of Utah, Dixie State University, and Southern Utah University. I think, man, that's an issue for me. That is an issue for me. That BYU needs to, they need to allow that. You don't want to take away someone's ability to defend themselves. You don't want someone to forcibly become a victim. My opinion, let's say I have a couple family members that are at BYU. If something ever happened to them, I would sue BYU for not allowing them to express their rights.
But I don't think you could win because they're private property.
I don't care. I'd sue them.
It's the same thing.
I'd
as
at
you
least
said
take
with
them to court.
Apartment complex.
And I'd call the news. I'd call Revolver News. I'd get all those people on it and just be like, I'd sue them. Oh, the dog's in here with us. Phil's not on yet. We've still got 4 minutes. And for the first time ever, our news isn't running long. Yeah, we'll preempt next week's guest. So okay. All right. Fred says the BYU and guns in church issue is just a liability freeze. I don't know. Are you not supposed to carry guns? No, don't tell me, because then you'll have to change the way I currently act. And I still show up for drownings, namings, and when they drown them, name them, and bury them, I still show up.
Stop that.
Stop what?
What's drown and naming? Okay.
When you
just
baptize,
full disclosure, folks.
Baptize,
one of
bless.
us in this room is a Christian.
Yeah.
And one of us is not.
And one of us is.
And that's what makes our show why it's.
I am not anti-Christian.
He's not anti. He's just.
And I'm not anti any religion. I love religion. I think religion is wonderful.
But that's the thing is we don't agree on everything. In fact, we probably argue more times. We argue like a couple of cousins because apparently that's what we are.
A fist fight.
We just found out.
She throws a hard left.
But again,
I have to put what's the word for the makeup that you put on?
Primer.
I have to put primer on to cover up the black eye.
The truth is that's what makes and keeps our conversations. Well, not everyone in this country is a Christian, and not everyone in this country.
All right, we've got
is.
Phil.
We just believe in the freedom to be who you are.
Phil, can you hear us?
Hi, Phil. Hi, Phil.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? He's on there. He's on there. He's waving.
Okay.
We're working through our.
Is it on our end?
I don't. I'm looking.
Dwayne, if you can hear us.
Oh. Okay. We are getting an echo. Okay.
Okay, if you guys all have questions and you want to ask this candidate, remember our number is 385-899-2134. And we are trying to get him on right now. It's Phil Lyman.
Okay, back again. Let's.
Phil, he still can't hear us. He still can't hear us.
And we're getting a feedback. Where would that be coming from?
Do you have him muted? Okay, he's on.
I'm going to play with the sound settings. Until then, listen to us give our awesome concert in Ohio.
What?
Is this? I think.
Okay, we're going to troubleshoot this, but in the meantime, his sound's on now.
Okay. Is he hearing us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, and we got that cleaned up.
Now we don't see him.
Perfect.
Is your video on, Phil?
Well, it was. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
We just need to see you. So if you go in there and see if the camera is slashed, maybe that means the camera's off on our end.
No, let's see what that does. It just hides.
Do I need to log in to?
I don't think you need to log in. I think you just need to turn on your camera.
Yeah, we believe that your camera just got turned off.
Yeah, I switched. I'm looking at a different screen. As soon as I did it, I could hear you, but I can't see you. So.
Okay.
Let me try something. I might have to jump back in.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Till then, we'll just keep riling up the crowd.
Yeah, making them angry.
Yeah, no login. Okay, he's back on again. I think we're there.
Hear you?
Okay, we can see you.
I can see you. We good?
Yay!
All right.
Hi, Phil. Welcome to Political Head Trauma, which is nothing but political head trauma today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being on the show. I'm Holly.
Hey, Holly.
I believe we've met before, maybe at the SEC.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think so. You look familiar.
Yep. And I'm Jared. We chatted, I don't know, about a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
I think so.
This is awesome.
But anyways, I know you've got a how should I say this? A pleasant history with the federal government, and you've done a lot to fight for the freedoms of our state, and that is a fight you've taken up. And now you've decided to run for governor. Right. And can you tell our listeners about your decision to run for governor?
Yeah, I most everything I've done that's got me into politics, I've done because I was angry about something, and this is probably no exception. And hopefully it's a righteous indignation or a good anger. But I get frustrated watching special interest groups and environmentalists call the shots. I saw it as a county commissioner. That's what got me into. Well, I saw it before I was a county commissioner when they raided my little town of Blanding, the Bureau of Land Management, with the FBI, and so I ran for county commissioner. And then as county commissioner, I was frustrated with some of the lack of response from state agencies and the executive, and I ran for the state legislature, hoping that I could maybe affect things there. And there, I think I have affected things, and that's what we do. We try to affect it, but at the same time, I saw a lot of decision policy making coming down to and through the legislature that had nothing to do with, the political accountability that's supposed to exist between elected officials and the people. It was just kind of done by, in committees and agencies, outside the view of the public, and to the detriment of the people. So I wanted to fix it. I really do. And I think it's fixable. And I think Utah's got an appetite for it. And I think nationally we've seen, some of the foundation crumbling underneath, climate change and COVID and racism and just, DEI, you name it. It's like, I feel like people are kind of waking up.
Phil, I noticed that you have said that at best, our state, we're number one federally managed colony in the nation. And that rings true because in Tooele County, we're 84% controlled by the federal government in our county. So as we
You gotta
grow,
say that quicker, because as you said that, we became 85.
yeah, and it's true. As we grow, it's turning into, and we are growing, we're turning into having to build up instead of out. And then our own resources aren't ours. And a place like Poor Wendover,
Yeah.
Utah, they're completely landlocked with BLM land. So they can't
Right,
grow at
right.
all, which means their children can graduate from high school and then they're gone because they don't have jobs to stay there. They don't have homes to live in with their new families.
They don't even have enough people to make it a reason to start up a job. Why would you start a septic tank big business out there? Because you don't have enough customer base, or even a residential electrical.
It's true.
Yeah.
So I would love to know what your thoughts are and what you could do as governor where the federal lands are concerned, because and I worked with Governor Herbert and I asked him, when can we go after our lands? And his exact quote to me was, we need all three. We need the House, the Senate, and the presidency before we can go. We've got all of our case ready to go in front of the Supreme Court. We only get one bite at the apple. And so we want to make sure we're in the right place when it happens. And then it happened and we didn't do it.
Yeah, that was the most astonishing thing. And the narrative coming from the conservative Republicans in Utah was, oh, well, President Trump likes public land, so we don't want to, make this move now. We want to, kind of like keep our powder dry. It's like, this is the time when we do these types of things. And I don't believe anybody that gives a reason why, oh, this is not a good time to go. If you dig into it, you find out that the reason is not even valid. It's not even the truth. So, but Utahns deserve to be a state. And when we were made a state in 1896, it actually meant something. That boundary that defined the state of Utah gave us jurisdiction. We were no longer a territory. It was an exciting time. We weren't going to be treated like a territory, and yet we are. In fact, we're more so every year, as you said, Jared. Every passing minute, we are a little bit more federal minded, a little bit more the United States and less these United States. A little less Utah, a little more part of America, and I always say strong states make for a strong United States, and Utah's got to be strong. There's no reason for us to defer to the feds on our education system, for example. It's not in the Constitution. We didn't delegate that power to them. Yet here we are. Yeah.
So do you think as a governor you could do that you could give up the funding coming from the federal government and the overreach and just say, can you do that as a governor? Or do you need the House, the Senate all on board with you? And what would it take to get rid of the federal government in our education system?
I think, when Governor Herbert was talking about that, he was talking about the federal Congress and Senate and the presidency there, saying basically, we've got to get permission from the federal government to be a state, and they're not going to give it to us unless we have all three houses. But then what we find is that we don't have the political will as a state to do it. So, can I do it as a governor? I'm just the executive in the executive branch, and there's, real limitations, thankfully, on what the executive can do. But one thing that they can do is show some leadership and call for legislation that would do that, which we haven't had in the past. In fact, I guess for the legislature to be successful in making that push, they have to have a willing executive, and that has not been the case. And they kind of point the finger back and forth at each other. And so, I'll go on record right now. I think I have gone on record that I'm not going to be the roadblock to getting these public lands. In fact, I'm going to be pounding that drum all the time. And for the reasons that you state, we need it. We need to be energy independent. We need houses. We need places for our people to live. And like you were saying, Jared, about starting a business, the same thing goes with starting a family. People don't start a family thinking, oh, well, we'll start a family, and then, in 20 years, who knows where they'll be. They may, be off in some other country. No, you say, this is our home. This is where we live. I'm going to have children and great grandchildren. My grandchildren's grandchildren will enjoy the blessings of liberty. And, it's hardwired into it. So at least as Americans, it should be. in Utah, especially.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I think more than just getting the president and the Senate and the Congress, I think we need to build a coalition of us Western states that are under this rule. Idaho and Wyoming, all the places that was sold off to appease the lenders when we left the gold standard. We need to get an association of them together and say, and Idaho, Utah, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, maybe even California,
Or Colorado.
But Colorado was
Oregon.
it was places that were less populated that became a part of that. The government could take it if there was swaths that people didn't live, and just get together and say, no, we're done with this. We're done with this. We want to manage this ourselves. And they need to have it. And getting out of the Department of Education, I don't know. I think, there's no reason why I would want the state of Utah to be educated or governed like Baltimore is right now. Just saying, Baltimore's new study came out. They have zero kids reading to their age level. Not one in the whole damn city. And it's a huge city.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing.
So tell us a little bit about your background. I know you said you were county commissioner. What county?
San Juan County. So
San Juan.
Southeastern corner of the state, south of Moab.
Love Moab.
Yeah. But I'm a CPA. I'm born and raised in Blanding, fourth generation Blanding, kid, and I've loved growing up here. I love the small town. It hasn't changed a whole lot, which I really like about it. And I became a CPA like my dad before me, and actually went to work for him kind of on a temporary basis right out of college, kind of an internship. And he tragically died of a heart attack really young. And so I felt like maybe it was like God's hand put me here at that time, because it really was.
Were you thinking, I'm going to do this for a while, but then I'm going to find that dream job in the dream place?
I was fresh out of BYU with an accounting degree and applying to some of the big MBA programs around, and thought, you need some experience. They like to have that. So I was doing that kind of for a year-long internship. And then when he passed away, it just kind of felt like, maybe it was meant to be. And it was a really stressful time. I was such a young kid, and it wasn't a big firm, it was a small firm, but as I look back on it, I had a lot of confidence, I guess, coming out of a really good accounting program like BYU has. And I woke up one morning and I thought, it's time to stop worrying about making money. And there's people here that need a good accountant. I'm a good accountant, and I'm going to go to work. And within a year, we'd started a couple of, major businesses. Utah Navajo Health Systems was one of those that we started up. I was just thinking about that on the way down here. We had 3 people, myself, a lady that had started a diabetes program for Navajos, and then one other person. And we started that up, and it's got 550 employees now and a $50 million budget. And it's not mine. It belongs to, it belongs to the community, but really, really satisfying. And then 2 of my boys moved back about a year and a half ago, both doctors, the orthopedic surgeon and his little brother's a family doc. And so you cast your bread on.
So you're not proud or anything.
Yeah, and they're really, they are super people. But yeah, so you cast your bread on the water, and it really does kind of come back to you. And so that's, professionally, it's been really satisfying, and a lot of other companies that have done big things, on a worldwide scale that came out of this little firm. So I'm happy about that. I always believed in bloom where you planted, and do the best you can with what you've got. And so professionally, that's where I came from. Then I got into the county commission just as an extension of my business interests and the frustration that I was seeing and what I saw. The federal government shutting down our extraction industries that had been a key part of my clientele, shutting down lumber and timber, and then going after the ranchers and the cattlemen. So it's all just kind of blended together to bring me to a point where I'm, I guess, fighting for Utah.
That's outstanding. I did some work down there years ago at the Monument Valley Resort.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know, it's just the sunrises and sunsets down there are amazing.
It's
and
like
then
being in a Western.
the one of the hardest parts for me when I went down there is I went to the Code Talkers Museum down in Kayenta,
Yeah.
right?
You said it right.
And I like Burger King. I like the Code Talkers. I don't think they need to be combined. I would like to see some energy and effort by Northern Arizona poured into that and make something official. Or it doesn't have to be Arizona. It could be the Navajo tribe down there does it.
Yeah.
But I don't want to order my Whopper while I sit in remembrance of those great men.
Yeah.
See, you could just say there's a Burger King in the place, and then
No,
some of us would know what you're talking
There's
about.
a place in the Burger King.
Are you serious?
Am I serious?
Yeah.
The museum's inside a Burger King. Well,
Yeah. And thank you, Burger King, for stepping
Yeah,
up
they
and
gotta
doing
give-
that. I want to throw that out there right now.
sponsoring them, maybe.
I want to throw that out there right now. Thank you, Burger King, for allowing the space that, sir, literally, you got pews and then you got little glass sections between the pews that has memorabilia. Thank you, Burger King.
So I would like to know.
But I want to see something more to honor those men.
It is such a cool story. The Code Talkers it's just an amazing story.
Yeah.
It's such
I mean, Ira Hayes. I mean, just his story alone is tragic and heroic. And
So, Phil, what I would like to know is what do you see, and this is probably getting into it, but what do you see that's happening now on the state level that you could improve on? What would make you a better governor than what we have?
well, I think the main thing would be to eliminate the lobby interests at the executive branch and in the agencies. We have a really robust administrative state in Utah, and now that they've stepped into making legislation. So, for example, we have the UEOC, the Unified Economic Opportunity Commission, which I didn't even know what it was until I was in committee meeting in October, and they start bringing these bills that say, well, this came from the UEOC. And it's like, well, who's the UEOC? Well, it's the governor, it's the president of the Senate, it's the speaker of the House, and it's industry leaders, and they're basically drafting legislation, making legislation for us. And that's not the way it's supposed to happen.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah. But
I've never heard of a governor making legislation. Isn't he the
right.
administrator?
So you go and you get this bill, and it's like, where did this come from? It's like, and it's always prefaced with, oh, there's so much work has gone. Oh, we're so grateful to all those that spent all their time putting this together. It's like, well, that's a legislator's job. We're supposed to draft bills, and now you're saying, not only do you not need to draft the bill, but you really should rubber stamp this because it's so phenomenal. And then you get into it, and it's the Kim Gardner Institute and other big kind of left-leaning Democrat-run organizations. And in Utah, we elect Republicans, but the state is run by Democrats. And
it's run by Salt Lake
City. It is run by Salt Lake City too. And it is interesting. So I guess to answer your question is we need to clean that up. Legislators should do their job, and that's one thing that I've said. If I were the governor, I would tell the legislators, if this did not go through the right legislative process, I'm going to veto the bill. Go back and do it right. Run it through the committees. Let the legislators do their job. Because when a legislator passes a bill, his constituents can look at that and say, hey, I don't agree with this. Maybe we'll elect a different person next time. But when it's coming out of some back committee area with nobody's name on it, and then gets the stamp of, the blessing of leadership, then it gets passed automatically. And so that's one thing. But you see the big, the big HOA lobbyists that are on the Hill, the big industry lobbyists that are on the Hill. And when I talk about lobbyists, and it's not necessarily derogatory because these people are very, very helpful in giving information. But when they take it a step further to say, well, you're not getting anything passed unless you go through us. Now they've, appropriated the Republican form of government, which is, by the people. they've kind of
Well, they're
Mhm.
taking our vote
Right,
away.
Well,
Yeah,
they're supposed to be advisors. They're not supposed to be originators.
yeah, and there's so much of that. So and it's a big problem. Whether it's happening, from the federal level down, which there's lots of that, or if it's just agreement between the World Economic Forum and the governor, which we have plenty of that, buying into the climate, the Paris Climate Accord, and accepting that. Those things ought not to be in the governor's office. I think it was Thomas Paine said, my argument's not with powers far away, calling the shots. It's with those close to home who are in a position to do something about it, and yet they're not doing it. And that's what a state's got to do. Is it gets, if the Paris Climate Accord wants to shut down all extraction and oil and gas in the world, I guess they're entitled to that opinion. Utah's not going to do it. You just say no, we're not going to do it. So no is a tough thing to say, and especially when you do have the federal dollars attached. And you ask if I'd be willing to say no to the federal dollars, and I absolutely would. I did. I voted no on accepting the COVID money. We shut down a $250 billion economy for a year and a half, in exchange for a couple of $1 billion of federal money, and that the trade-off was really poor, and we're paying the price for it now.
And there's no growth under that federal.
There's no
money.
growth under that. You're right.
Yeah, where there's a loss of growth.
In fact, we just made a huge economy bubble.
A dependency, and it disrupts things. Our kids, that are coming through school, you can see that effect of being out of school and then wearing masks. I've got little granddaughters that are in first grade that, first and second grade that, went for a year without seeing their teacher's face. And it's just, and they struggle with reading and, so.
And that's such a crucial time for facial expressions and sounds.
Yeah.
You talk about prioritizing foundational academics first. I know the United States, or in Utah, there was a time when we were the most literate state in the union. And then, I think it was Herbert's last address. He said, $6 billion in 11 years, or we're now 11th or something like that in education. And I thought, wait a minute, $6 billion and we're 11th. How do we prioritize foundational academics first?
Well, yeah. And that,
because money's not always the answer. I mean,
you've got a deliberate curriculum influence coming in. What do they call it? The core math.
Don't children learn better if you put a rainbow flag at the front of the room? What if you put a brown stripe on that rainbow flag?
Right.
Don't children learn better? Doesn't that foster reading and writing and arithmetic?
Okay, let's get back to answering the question.
I mean, so you've got this curriculum that's being pushed, and you find out that the curriculum is designed to make kids read at a lower level. I'm trying to remember the name of the curriculum that taught kids that anything they did was right, and if that, however they spelled
No Child Left Behind. Or?
No, he's talking probably about it's.
You know what I'm saying?
It's not DEI. It's the other one that tells you that a white child should hate himself.
Common
Core.
Yeah, Common Core curriculum, and so you say, well, we're spending billions of dollars to roll out Common Core teaching methods, and those Common Core teaching methods are designed to have kids reading less, proficiently than what they're, the generation before them. So I guess you could say it's successful in what it's trying to do, which is dumb down America.
And that's sad. And a lot of our schools are teaching, basically, sadly, they're teaching kids how to pass certain tests, not how to digest the information and how to be thinking for themselves, like how to discern and just be thought-provoking. Let them come up with their own ways to find truth and their own ways to discover. I had to relearn math because my children were taught Common Core. Right. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is a lot of steps just to get back to the one step that was just, hey, memorize your times tables, like we did as kids. You memorize times tables. Now everything's in tens and you got to go backwards. It's hard.
I think in the future, they're going to write history books on right now that are studies and explanations on how to subdue a populace for takeover.
I think so too. I really do.
It's
Yeah,
true.
yeah. That used to sound like conspiracy talk, and it just doesn't anymore because it's true and it's happening, and we can observe it with our own eyes.
Mm-hmm. I just seriously, like, this is how you take over a citizenry.
Well, you can start by taking God out of
Absolutely.
schools.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we were driving in the car today, and it was a lawyer who said on the radio, there's a church and state, conflict of church and state, something like that. And I said, that is not in the Constitution.
Thank you.
Nowhere is that in the Constitution, and it is thrown out there like it is. And it's just, everybody thinks that you cannot involve church and state. And the truth is, you just can't choose one religion
You
over.
can't have a state church. And the argument was that because Thomas Jefferson had two Methodists, I believe, churches writing him at the same time, we're the better Methodist church, make us the one that everyone goes to.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do we have a live caller calling in?
Hi, guys.
We
We have Mallory on the line. I think she's got a question for Phil.
boy.
Okay, we have Mallory for you,
All
Phil.
right.
You hear them?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, Phil. This is Mallory, and I'm a friend of Jerry and Holly's. Hey, guys.
Hi.
I have a question in regards to the whole COVID nonsense that we had to walk through. I heard that we were the #1 state on how we handled COVID, and I highly disagree with that. My son was in junior high at that time, and he was greatly harmed mentally by all the bullshit they told him in his school. And
Mallory, swear words.
I almost lost my job for refusing to get the vaccination, and I am very disappointed that my representatives did not fight for people like me to have a choice. I had to put my son in a private Christian school in order to protect him and give him a choice as well. So I'd like to know what you would have done better.
Well, excuse me. I worked hard. I tried to get some amendments into some of the legislation so that the health department had to define what a health emergency was, because they basically said we can declare a health emergency and then basically all of the rules go out the window. We can do whatever we want. I said, well, there has to be a definition of a health emergency. There has to be in the code we talk about a direct health threat. Yeah, we don't define what a direct health threat is. And I said the children in school do not pose a direct health threat. This does not rise to the level. And of course I couldn't get that language through in the amendments. And what it came down to was that the governor wanted emergency power. He wanted to be able to call the shots. He wanted to be able to give no bid contracts. He wanted that emergency power to be unlimited and to stretch out for months and months on end. And then you go back and you look at the no bid contracts that were given and the money that was spent during that, and you find out, this is not a response to a sickness. This is an opportunity seized to spend a tremendous amount of money. And when they say that Utah had the best response in the nation, I think we were probably top of the nation for going along with the federal program. So if that's being a good state, getting a pat on the head. I mean, it's the Biden administration that's praising Utah's response to COVID, and that should tell you something, that we were good subjects and rolled the programs out. Spencer Cox was lockstep with Joe Biden when Joe Biden called for nobody gathering for Thanksgiving. Herbert was still the president, but Cox was in charge of it as the lieutenant governor, but they were right out there, right out front. And Cox was castigating people who went to the airport to pick up their missionaries and didn't wear a mask, and made a big public display of it. And it's like shaming. We had a call-in line, to report your neighbors if they weren't wearing a mask.
That's right.
I mean,
in fact, another one of our electeds was picking up his missionary from the airport around that same time, and he was shamed.
yeah.
I think it was Sean Reyes. Was it Reyes that had his son come home from a mission during
Yeah,
that?
I don't know, but constant shaming. It was astonishing the tactics that we went to. So what would I do differently? I would say no. I had people come to the Capitol, during that time, saying, what can we do? Our kids are being masked, and we don't agree with it. We don't like this, and what can we do? And I would say, well, first thing you do is take off your mask. It's hard to argue something when you're not willing to stand up to it, and I'm willing to stand up. That's I guess. Hopefully, if people know anything about me, they know that I'm willing to stand up, and even if it means going to jail. So, sorry.
How do you protect the individual from corporations forcing this nonsense that was proven to be nonsense on their workers? How do you protect them from that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I.
How do you protect us from, did you hear her, how to protect us from the corporations that were forcing it on
Yeah.
workers? And I'm not sure the governor has the power to do that.
It's unconstitutional. What the governor was doing was unconstitutional, and people that are willing to say it's unconstitutional and then not comply. I had a client here in Blanding, has a restaurant, and she said, no masks allowed in my restaurant. Well, the health department, the local health department, San Juan County Health Department came and fined her $10,000 under the governor's order. So it's like, man, this is, the
Did you hear about that?
I did not.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it was the health department that passed that.
And yet businesses in Salt Lake were allowed to say, you can't come in without proof of
What do you have to-
vaccination, and no one fined them.
What's the steps if you were going to fire or punish the health department down there?
Well, I guess during the pandemic, the only thing you had was protest, on the part of the people that were being affected. Now, this client of mine, this friend of mine in a restaurant, she just complied. She took down the no mask.
But
sign.
you can't fire him. You can't say,
can't.
look, you guys overstepped your duty, and
It's so hard to fire a state employee
The
anymore.
county commissioners can fire a health department, a county health department director, and there's been a lot of turnover in the health department. A lot of people that left because they didn't like what was going on. A lot of good people that left. But back to the original question, when Zions Bank was, firing people who wouldn't get vaccinated, when the National Guard was saying you're dishonorably released if you don't get vaccinated, I said to the majority caucus, because this was in 2022, I believe, and I said, who could possibly have seen this coming last year that would have a vaccine mandate? And the answer is every one of us. And God help us for the things that we didn't do to protect these people. This is, it's not a trivial thing. And legislators sit there like, oh yeah, well, if they don't get vaccinated and they move to Texas or whatever, I guess that's just their choice. It's like, no, these are people that are losing their homes because they can't pay their mortgage because they're not going to bend to the vaccination. And then of course they're saying, well, just get vaccinated, just do the smart things, like just comply. And then in the midst of all that, then Governor Cox comes out with his Disagree Better campaign, which is like the most evil manipulative message in this thing. It's like, just disagree better, to having my life turned upside down. And
Hey guys, I have another caller. Fred,
we got another one.
One second. Okay, who is
Fred.
it?
He's driving down Parley's Canyon.
We got Fred on. Okay, Fred, don't follow Mallory and say
No swear
a
words.
dirty word.
Okay, I won't. It's good to talk to you guys this afternoon. It's been interesting so far. Mr. Lyman, I have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
One is of course, Governor Cox, is your opponent, but who are the people and the organizations who will most aggressively try to not allow you to be elected? And what will you do to try to overcome that? And then lastly would be, what are the political issues that you differ on?
Okay. I guess the answer to the first question, who's most likely to really oppose me on this? There is what I would call a uniparty in this country. Whether it doesn't matter whether it's Democrat or Republican, they've got an agenda, and they're kind of moving the ball in that direction. And I've run into them on legislation across the board. Anytime I try to stand up for, the extraction industry, for example, then you get Republicans that are coming out of the woodwork to castigate and to kind of ridicule your position and to say that whether they base it on climate change or anything like that. So there is a group, and in Utah it's mostly concentrated in Salt Lake City, and it's a pretty powerful group of people who want to continue to run the program.
Would you say these are in the lobbyist groups that you were discussing earlier?
Yeah,
Or are these a different entity? Are these donors, PAC
they're
leaders?
powerful people, and I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to people that have made huge contributions to the state of Utah. Let's say John Huntsman is senior, a great hero of mine. I've followed his story. I have respect for him, but the Huntsman money and the Huntsman organization tends to involve themselves in things, as do the Millers, as does Zions Bank, and you need these people. You need powerful corporations, interests. But what we see in Utah right now is, say when Texas Instruments rolls into town, and we bend over backwards and give them a huge tax credit to build a $12 billion facility, and then we wonder why we're crowded in our housing and our roads and things like that. So, taking on those things, taking on the administrative state. I doubt that I'm going to have the National Teachers Association throwing much money at me.
Well, I think it's simple. I think with those private interests, it's because they're the guys that get the word first on upcoming economic changes that can be a boon for
Right.
them. And that's always run through government nowadays. We've got to separate government from these economic boons, because I'm sure Huntsman isn't doing it illicitly. Their business is designed to create a profit. So they're like, okay, we'll work our edges, all edges. We'll open a kiosk here. We'll, make a drive-through here, and we'll negotiate with government over here.
Yeah. So the question,
We got to separate that.
the question running for office is like, can you go directly to the people and appeal to them strong enoughly that they turn out on election day and vote for you, and then their vote actually gets counted, and the elections are taken care of. But that's the first thing, is that people need to turn out and vote. And I'm not pandering to the big money on this, and that's going to be a challenge. If you look at Governor Cox, he put out a list of his big supporters, big corporate supporters, and you go down the list, and every one of them are state contract recipients. So it's a little bit incestuous the way that works, and I'm not part of that. I don't have the media is not going to be on my side. So I'm taking the message straight to the people, and we'll see how that resonates. So far, it's resonating, and I think the winds have shifted a little bit. People are waking up. So,
Phil, before we get to Fred's second question, I just want to know: are you going to be focusing on convention and doing caucus and working with delegates, or are you getting signatures?
Well, I'm 100% behind the caucus system and opposed to SB 54. After the CD2 race, I've had a lot of people inside saying, you need to get signatures. So
Do both.
yeah, I think we
right?
are going to go out. I'm not going to pay for them. I'm not going to go out and hire a company to get signatures. But we thought, well, we're going to be campaigning anyway, and if we got to get 28,000 signatures, and if we could get a lot more than that, that would send a strong message. And if we don't get that many signatures, I have a lot of confidence in the delegates going through conventions. So yeah, we'll probably do the dual path, and then hopefully be able to get the signatures as well, just more as a token. So
What was your second question, Fred?
what's the differences between me and Cox?
Oh, perfect.
The political issues on the table between you.
So I'll use a case in point. State Institutional Trust Lands owns a bunch of land in Utah. It's the school sections. And last year they came out. They said they wanted to swap sitless sections for BLM, in conformity with the Red Rock Wilderness Plan, which is an environmentalist plan put forward by the Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance. And it's one of those things that you should have said that anybody in government should say, no, we're not swapping out of the Bears Ears National Monument so that you can have this unfettered federal domain. Yet the governor was pushing for it and talking about what a great thing it was. We had recently $40 million that the legislature set aside. It came through that UEOC that I was talking about to save the Great Salt Lake, and the governor is all about saving the Great Salt Lake. Well, that $40 million was turned right around and given to the Nature Conservancy and the Audubon Society. And I said in the committee, I said, where I come from, those are our enemies. They're not our friends. They sue our counties. They shut down our roads. They shut down our businesses. And why would the state be giving money to private nonprofits like that, these environmentalist groups,
especially during a year where we just got the best snow in the decade. Like we had one of the greatest snowfalls, melts, water rising, everything.
Right. So I guess that would be probably the key difference between me. Is I have no problem telling those groups to pound sand. I'm not interested in what they have to say. I really am not, because they've proven that their intents are counter to the state of Utah. They don't care about our schools or our streets or our children, and we do. So I wouldn't pander to those people. I would say no to the federal dollars. Our budget's gone from $10 billion in 2013 to about $30 billion now. It's about 30% federal money. So if you said no to all the federal money, we'd still have doubled from 10 billion to 20 billion. And if we said no to the federal money and returned to production, became more energy independent, things like that, I think our economy would grow rapidly, kind of like South Dakota's has done. They've been a good example of saying no to federal dollars and seeing that the dividends come from that to the people themselves. So,
Right.
that's who's supposed to benefit in a state is the people. Their businesses are supposed to prosper, not just the state with, tons of surplus money and cash flowing around inside the state coffers. So, I don't know if I've done a good job highlighting the differences, but Spencer Cox tends to have his sights set on the big money, the big corporations. I have my sights set on the small businesses, the mom and pops, the families, the schools, the communities.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you for calling in, Fred.
Yes, thank you, Fred.
You're welcome. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you, friend.
Do you think Cox, he seems to have kind of made a turnaround on who he was prior to halfway through his lieutenant governorship? And do you think that's just because he's insular and those are the only voices he hears? He doesn't get out enough? Or do you think that, I don't know, maybe he got shown the JFK tapes? What do you think?
You do wonder if there's some coercion, blackmail or something that comes in.
Yeah. Or is it just that those are the only people he let into his office, so that's all he hears?
Or maybe you don't know what you don't know until you're in the seat.
Right.
And when you're a commissioner, when you're running for commissioner, for example, no one walks you through how to be a commissioner. You learn on the job. And so in defense of Governor Cox and anyone who's running for the seat, I don't think you realize what the whole job entails. And so until you're sitting there, so you can be a fine lieutenant governor and everyone loved Governor Cox as lieutenant governor. He was an easy guy to love. And then he becomes the governor. And
he was quite conservative.
And then he learns what he doesn't know. And then maybe it's a dueling battle. And I guess is that something that you think you could avoid changing? Because he's everybody's governor. He's got to appease to Salt Lake City as much as he does to Twila County. But, how do you avoid being a different person after you get a seat like that?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Spencer Cox for a long time as a legislator, then as lieutenant governor. And I would say there is a real difference between us. He's an attorney, from
Well, that's all you have to say. Show's over. My God.
and trained at, Washington and Lee, kind of an Ivy League school in the East. The philosophy is different. His intention as a legislator and as a governor has always seemed to be pretty, grandiose. That I think he likes to be the president of the National Governors Association. I think he likes the adulation that comes, and I don't. I adhere to President Hinckley's phrase of adulation is poison, and I really prefer criticism to praise. I think I would keep it. I think I would keep it real, and that would have to be the buffer that keeps you from, I guess, getting stars in your eyes or thinking that you're self-important or something. But yeah, I do think I would handle it differently.
I would like to ask you a question on behalf of our local mayor, Neil Critchlow. Mayor Critchlow is Grantsville's mayor. He asked, would you audit the state and local school boards to see if they're getting the money to the students instead of the administrators? So I think it's a great question.
It's so funny. It's one of those, if you bring this up in a group of administrators, the administrative costs seem to be outpacing teacher salaries. They come back, in my experience, bringing that question up to people that I thought were interested in an irrational discussion. They were so angry with the question, and defensive, saying, "Oh, people think that we sit around with our feet on our desks." I said, I didn't say that at all. I'm saying the administrative costs have outpaced the teacher salaries, and so the response is the tell on that. It's like, why would we not have a discussion about this? Why is it out of line for a legislator to say, could we talk about the administrative costs, kind of going out of control? And the answer being, not only can you not talk about it, but we are going to now label you as anti-education and things like that. So could the state audit them? Yeah, absolutely. And I think the state auditor's office has a pretty robust audit of education. It's just whether or not that they're given the scope of the audit to actually find solutions to that.
Well, and I would like you to, as a governor, I think it should be fair to audit every department, just like I want the federal government doing it. Utah has a wonderful, nationwide, we've got a reputation of having a wonderful economy. We've grown quick and smart.
Forbes labeled us the state with the most economic mobility.
We also,
just this year,
we had one hell of a rainy day fund and all of that. I think though, when you're throwing money at education and you're not getting a great return, it's fair to see where the money's going. And if it is going to administrators, they have to account for that. Because if administrators are the ones making money, I know in other states, I know our costs, administrator costs here in this state are nothing like they are in, say, like Texas, where they make $300,000 and a teacher makes 70 or 60. So I would really love the idea of an audit there. And I'm not sure that it's being done currently. I know some of the people on our feed are not fans of Governor Cox, and yes. I don't want to personally get into that. They have opinions of him. I like to say that I'm completely neutral.
But we do need to read their comments.
Where candidates are concerned.
Where were we at? Okay. First, we got to ask, are you listening to Jesse Kelly yet? That comes from Mallory, who called in a minute ago.
Have you listened to Jesse Kelly yet?
Because she messaged last time you were on and asked the same thing.
I do not. I'm gonna have to get some context. I may be and not know it, but
he's a
podcaster.
He's a podcaster as well, and she asks everyone that. Don't feel bad.
Okay.
And Chelsea Hope says, "Hi, Phil."
Hey, Chelsea.
Yeah, and Chelsea, and she has lots of good things to say about Governor Cox, and we'll have to we'll read a few of them.
She also wants to slap Jared.
She's gonna slap me. I don't know what I did there. I just wonder. I mean, it makes you wonder. Here's the thing. While Holly lines up the comments to read, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say the further we drift into this strong central government, and for all you Reaganites, it's kind of really blasted off under Reagan as well. Actually, blasted off a little earlier, but everyone measures from Reagan on. But the further we get into where the federal government's more in your life, more in your pockets, the more that administrators, and this is in private industry as well, that their compensation for their hours has increased, and the regular labor, including teachers, has flattened. And that's gone on there is not one market or profession that hasn't happened in. It's happened in all of them. And I think it's just that central control feeds its own machine, and the corporate guys are part of their machine. And I do believe, honestly, I think when Cox got in there, they took him in the back room and they showed him the JFK video. Seriously. I mean, have you found out? We talked about this last time. Do you know who the governor of Wyoming is?
Yeah.
I could, the name is, I know who the governor is, but I'm drawing a blank on the name.
That's the kind of governor we want. One that's not out there trying to make media glad hands.
I don't know. DeSantis is looking like a pretty good governor. Or what's her name in South Dakota?
Yeah.
No.
Everyone knows her.
Yeah. But the governor of Wyoming,
he's
goodness. Excellent. I mean, I don't know what Wyoming did during COVID. All 5 of them, they had to, their laws were probably like, hey, don't get closer than 6. Oh, never mind. You live too far away.
Chelsea Hope believes that. She says that he's corrupt.
Yes, talking about cops.
And he knows what he's doing. And Jared, do not back Cox. He knows what he's doing. He's partnered directly with Rockefeller. Again, this is her opinion and not the opinion of the show. And for the record, Fred, we have to make you watch your language, because thanks to Main Street Media, we are getting a platform that is under FCC laws and restrictions. So we can't be broadcasting if we're swearing. So that's the only reason we would ask you not to say swear words. And Chelsea, she says, thank goodness there's a woman reading my comments so that they get read in real time and not read later. Because Jared will do that. He'll ask you all these things at the end of the show, and you won't realize what you're even talking about.
But it looks great when they're out of context.
Chelsea says, look into how Cox spent the CARES money and into Centricom.
Ooh.
And I don't know.
We're going to have Chelsea on to talk about this soon.
And then O'Malley May says that she wants you to tune in to Jessie Kelly. She's a delegate for the Republican Party and is highly disappointed in the party right now.
Yes.
And Chelsea, again, I will tell Phil that you said hi. Hi, Phil, from Chelsea. Okay, so thank you, Fred. I would like to know currently. Now you understand we talked about SB 54, and you understand that there is some infighting within our party. I know you know that all too well. You know, we have an extreme right wing of our party, and we have a very more moderate side of our party. And again, I think this is a line that Cox is trying to walk in. But where do you fall, would you say, as far as in the party? Or do you see the party is merely a means to the end, and you're kind of more, are you moderate? Are you more far right? What do you think? Where do you fall?
I'm very libertarian, but by nature. I really do find myself leaning to the libertarian view on so many things, which sometimes puts you, left of the people on the far right. But when it comes to the party, with the Republican Party, I'm a platform Republican. I believe in campaigning to the right. I always say honest people have rights too. And these people that are trying to, uphold the Constitution. I'm always amused when someone says, "Oh, I'm a big defender of the Second Amendment." It's like, well, what about all the other amendments? I mean, it's the Constitution, and that's the contract. So regardless of what anybody feels, however their opinions are, I say, well, go back to the Constitution. That's the contract. That's what we're going to go by. That's what we raised an arm to swear an oath to. So yeah, I'm not interested in campaigning to the middle. I don't like moderate. I don't, it's
I love the platform Republican because most of us, I almost think I can convince most humans to stand behind our platform.
It's wonderful. Yeah. So
it's simple and it's freedom first.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pro-life unequivocally. I would say I probably would be considered pretty far right. I like President Trump. I vote for him. Voted for him twice. I'll vote for him again.
And you have a personal history with the man?
A bit of a personal history, and yeah. So I wouldn't call myself, like ultra MAGA, but I probably fit the definition of that. I just it's not dogmatic to me. I look at the performance, and I like what.
Policy.
Yeah, policy. Yeah, that's a long answer to a really short question.
I'm also curious. I know that if we were to obtain our federal lands, and I hate to jump back to this, I know a lot of people get in their mind that we're going to have like drill rigs set up all over and they're going to cut up canyon lands and Moab and all of that. But I know that there's an idea out there that has been really torn. I mean, it's just been taboo to even talk about nuclear energy. And yet lately, I've seen some legislators are actually talking about nuclear energy, and it's not such a bad word. Do you think that's something you as governor would welcome to Utah, considering no new nuclear energy plants have been built? But I mean, we need to come up with new forms of energy. We cannot sustain without gas and oil and gas. But that's where the world is heading.
So
would you welcome that in Utah?
Yeah. I formed what I call the Yellow Cake Caucus, my first session as a legislator. From the very first opening day, we had the Yellow Cake Caucus, which yellow cake is refined uranium. So it's about nuclear energy, but the caucus is about all things energy. Environmentalists who say that they would never support nuclear energy don't support carbon-free electrical generation, because that's the only thing that can really do it on a reasonable scale. So we'll have nuclear energy in our future. It's a big part of our grid now. It'll be a much bigger part moving forward. Utah is in a position that we could totally do that. I helped create the San Rafael Research Center when I was county commissioner with 7 counties, and the idea of having kind of a national labs presence in Utah. And so we've come a long ways. Utah is going to be a leader in nuclear energy, and these small form nuclear reactors and thorium reactors. It's really exciting stuff. And anybody with an open mind can see the excitement around,
Well, one way or another, we have to have it. We can have that, or we can go back to Nike power. Because one way or another, we have to.
We demand it. This is the modern society, and they want cheap, dispatchable energy, and that can do it.
Well, in Republicans, we're not against, clean air and clean water. We want those things too. We just want to do things smart, and we want to do things that are efficient. You can't throw money and change the weather. We know that.
And I'm a fat guy. I don't want to walk everywhere
or eat bugs.
That's what I say. I liked riding my bicycle until I got a driver's license, and then that went away.
Mm-hmm. It's a fact. That's right. And prior to the bicycle, the tricycle was fine. Right. I mean, it's the progression of life, the circle of life, if you will. I could sing it for you if you don't want to hear it.
Well, people deserve. I always say wherever you're at on the political spectrum, freedom means freedom, and there's nothing that makes people more free than to be energy independent. And of course, we want clean energy, and we can do it. That's intelligent people don't pollute their own nest. They take care of those things, and we definitely do. And things like nuclear energy have a huge promise for cheap energy. And Utah, I'm excited when I talk about nuclear energy because it's such a positive outlook. There's really is no downside to it, and the ones that the fear mongers about it, you find out that they are trying to shut down society. Essentially, they don't like people. They hate us. So
That's what it seems to come down to. Or they fearmonger on the fact that the nuclear disasters in the past, and we're not Russia, and I think that we could do it safely and we could do it smart.
Yeah.
And then Fred mentions that what about if we are bringing in waste from other states into our state, which I know we already do that. That's what Energy Solutions houses, is a lot of waste.
Does Energy Solutions house any nuclear? I don't think they house nuclear.
I think they do have some waste, but here
they have waste, but I don't think they carry any nuclear waste.
I'm not sure.
I think that the legislature stepped in and stopped that. I don't think we house any nuclear waste here. And there is questions on, I mean, you have to take precautions when you do nuclear waste. It's something that we have perfected.
So Energy Fuels down here, they receive spent uranium that they process.
Oh, do they?
That they process through their mill, and the product is, refined uranium that they can send back out to get it more enriched for nuclear power rods and things. But the byproduct of that is inert material. So they take raw uranium on one hand and they process it and they pull the uranium out. But when they bring back the waste, they reprocess it back into inert material, and huge service to mankind. And it's very manageable. It's one of those things. It's like you've got fuel. What it is you've got a really potent source of fuel, and you can process that over and over and over and over, and continue to use the fuel out of it.
That's really cool. I didn't realize that you were so big on nuclear energy. I just know
outstanding.
That we have been thinking about it, and I've talked to so many political people, and I'm just learning now that it's not as taboo as it used to be. And Utah is primed for something like that if we do it smart and we do it well. And we've got a lot of smart individuals and businesses here. So we've got
another caller. Dwayne says, though, before the caller comes, he says he's our our shot caller, our call shot. He said 70% of France runs on nuclear, zero carbon. And Germany tore down their nuclear plants, went the other way. And now they're burning, what is it called? Lewisite coal.
And they're in trouble.
Yeah. Germany's now pumping nothing but smog into the air. But let's get that other caller in.
Hey, Dwayne, who is it? Dwayne, do you hear us? We've got a caller.
Oh, well, we'll read some comments.
Let's try this. Probably you can hear me now.
Okay.
I can hear you.
The right button. Yeah. Here's your caller. It's Steve from Salt Lake City.
Hi, right. Steve. Thanks for calling Political Head Trauma. You're on with Phil Lyman.
How you doing, Phil?
Great. How are you, Steve?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you. I have a question for you. First of all, I appreciate you running. I'm a big supporter of yours, and I think you would be a great person to lead our state. I just want to say that. And I wanted to ask you a little bit more about your opponent. Some of the things that I have noticed about our current governor is he lies. I'm aware of speeches he's given about bringing smart cities to Utah, and I think that even the prison has been earmarked for a smart city, which is obviously a UN World Economic Forum kind of mandate for the world, and that Utah may very well be one of the first in the United States to have a smart city. And when the governor was asked about smart cities, he said he didn't know what we were talking about. And yet I've seen him on video talking at length about smart cities. And so I feel like he's lying to the public, and it's just he's not a trustworthy person. What is your view about that, and about what the UN WEF and the idea of bringing smart cities to Utah mean?
Well, I've had a lot of interactions with the governor where he's promised to do something and then forgets that promise once I've done my side of things, both as a county commissioner and as a state legislator. So I've been on the receiving end of that, and it is extremely frustrating. So I've seen that. When it comes to the smart cities, it's nothing but a surveillance state. China has them, and China is the one that's pushing this agenda for us to get them. They want to be able to monitor people. You've got this kill switch technology they're putting into cars right now, saying, "Oh, we'll only use it if the person's impaired." But who makes those decisions?
Phil,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm just wondering for people, and that's very interesting. Thank you, Steve. The smart city thing, I've heard this all over the place. I would like you to explain, because I'm picturing what's the show where Tom Cruise is there and they arrest someone before they commit a crime?
Oh, Minority Report.
Minority Report. So it feels like a Minority Report where you're saying they can kill switch on cars because they're looking for the bad guy, or if only. Will you describe what a smart city is in terms of the phrasing today and what they mean besides just surveillance? But is that everything's in walking distance?
So
There's no cash.
that's a key part of it, is that it's in walking distance. So you don't have to go anywhere. You can live in your city. You don't have to leave the city. You can get what you need there. The grocery stores are within 15 minutes. They call them 15-minute cities. And but a big part of the 15-minute city is the cashless society, the digital currency, the surveillance, so that people can monitor how much meat you're buying, how many miles you're driving, all of those things. And it's a treasure trove of data. Data is king. Data is king in this world right now, and these companies want more and more of it. And the smart city, and there's people that are saying, "Oh, I like that. I don't care if they put a camera in my bathroom as long as my deodorant shows up when I need it." Things like that. People are willing to give up their privacy.
So with that, they're giving up, and I'm sure they'll have that face identifying technology and all of that. But will they be able to tell us who's undocumented in a smart city? Or will smart cities be made up of? I mean, Utah takes a lot of undocumented
Well, those are
immigrants.
the people that get the steak while we eat the cricket.
I mean, pretty much. Now, how can you have one and not the other? And I think it's brought up in this. And thank you again, Steve, for calling in, because that is a very interesting question. I have seen it asked of Governor Cox and him talk about it. I just don't know.
Yes, go ahead, Steve.
Well, I wanted to just follow up as a kind of a follow-up to, filling the blanks in about what a smart city is and what the ultimate goal is. And it's tied to ESG and many other things. And it's all about regulating the citizens and the populace. And if you don't, for example, obtain a certain ESG score, you're not going to be allowed to exit the smart city, for example, where they can shut your car off, or they can limit.
They're doing that in London right now.
Yeah, I think, Steve, you said that wrong. It's not citizen and populace, it's subject. I believe is the word you were looking for.
But they're doing that in London right now. They're not letting certain people from certain areas go into other areas with their vehicles.
Well, that's communism right off the start.
And so why is our current governor trying so hard to bring that here? What is it about him that thinks Utahns are willing to accept this kind of control?
That's a great question, Phil. Do you know? Do you think I hate for you to assume you know what Governor Cox is thinking,
Right,
but you know far more legislatively.
There's a great book by Frank Gaffney called The Indictment, and it goes down all of the China agenda. And China, they said that they were going to do this. They said that they were going to take over politicians. They call it wolf diplomacy, which is contempt and aggression. So the China that we used to know, bowing and kind of mild-mannered, is not the China that is here now. And so they've got these programs. They've taken over the World Economic Forum. They're pushing the UN. They're driving the agenda. They've got smart cities in China, and they've got the model. One of the things that I was reading about on those smart cities in China is if you try to game the system at all to fix your social credit score, they come in and they drop not only, if they find out, they drop not only your score, but anybody that is a friend of yours gets their score dropped. So it's things like that generate compliance. You know, if I'm saying, well, I'm not going to comply with this, and it's like, okay, well then your kids aren't going to be able to participate in, you know, the county recreation programs, and your friends are going to get their scores downgraded. Pretty soon you got 100% compliance. So
Yeah, shaming.
It's a digital struggle session.
Who wrote the book, The Indictment? I'd like to share that.
Frank Gaffney.
I hope I don't mess up his last name.
I think it's just Gaffne. Yeah, I was back in South Carolina a few weeks ago with some other governor candidates from around the country, and had the pleasure of meeting with him. And I didn't know anything about it till then, but I got the book. And yeah, if you want to understand why we're doing these things, you can read that book and you'll find out, oh, this is an agenda. This is not a small organic development. This is being crafted and really pushed on us. And as a governor, there's going to be lots of incentives. You're going to get lots of trips to China. You're going to get lots of money flowing your direction.
But let's be honest here. Tooele County is the second largest county in the state. We are enormous. Our county is so huge. You literally would have to make these cities and accommodate. People would have to get used to having not a lot of options. So you can't go to all these different furniture store options. Not a lot of car options if they don't want you driving a car. Your house won't be big. You won't have a lot of. I mean, there will be these little cities. How does that make sense in America when we are so wide open? People tell you overpopulation is a problem, but we're actually causing our own issues by limiting farmers who can grow food, taking food from outside of this nation, taking resources from outside of this nation, medicine from outside of the nation. And yet Americans are used to driving everywhere because of the size of the areas we live in. Like how can this even, I've even heard Donald Trump talking about smart 15-minute cities on one of his.
I'm okay with smart cities as long as they're voluntary. I mean, I want smart neighborhoods where if a neighborhood says, hey, we want to have everything insular here, and they build it. The government has no sponsorship, no design behind it, because I'm a free market guy, but I don't want it forced on.
I think Steve's got another comment. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, I do, and then I'll hang up and let you guys talk. But it's not a matter of Americans wanting to do it. It's a matter of people wanting to do it to Americans. And what's interesting to know for me still is that our state senator, Senate leader, president, and governor, and others seem to be in bed with China, and they're bringing this to Utah. No matter what we think as people, we can look at the FISA law that we just passed. It's all about surveillance of the people. It's absolutely nefarious intent by these people, and our current governor is part of it because he is the hero here that's essentially sponsoring it and allowing it to happen in our state. And what can we do as people to combat that? And you as the governor, Bill, to put a stop to that. And I'll go ahead and hang up and just listen from here on. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, really good questions.
You know, the more I dig into like Frank Gaffney's book and read those things and learn about the World Economic Forum, what you have is people that have an agenda for us. And I think it's evil. It's principalities and powers of darkness in high places. And so it's nothing new. It's the same thing that's existed. And the question is, are we going to go along with that? And the answer is no. We're not. I think it's going to be a showdown. And I think we saw through COVID that people didn't have a huge appetite for being shamed and things like that. But people are waking up. We're kind of on this new threshold and saying, okay, well, if we're going to have a battle about whether we're going to be in a 15-minute city or not, I think there's going to be a lot of people that will say, no, we're not. And that's once somebody's willing to say, no, I'm not going to comply, government really has a hard time figuring out how to handle that person.
Phil, Can you tell me, maybe you know, because I don't, why does Utah have a UN base here? No other state does.
That's a really good question. And
Besides New York.
I do not know the answer to that, but the question has got to be asked and answered. And
Chelsea writes, Chelsea actually mentions that the governor's in bed with the UN. And again, I don't know this. I'm asking for knowledge, and I would like to get him on here and ask him.
The NSA structure, the NSA building that's there in Lehigh.
They'll use NAs. I think she means NSAs. Rural areas won't exist anymore. NACs?
natural asset companies. Yeah, natural asset companies are very sinister, and it's basically monetizing our land and our water and our air and our energy and every natural asset that we have on the globe. And BlackRock came out with their natural asset companies a couple of years ago, and it's going to destroy it. Left unchecked, it'll destroy rural America, which is the target.
I've got one question about that, and then we've got to read through these comments because we've got a grundle of comments.
Some
here.
are talking to each other.
Oh, okay, good.
I've been reading.
So BlackRock and Vanguard. Vanguard is the #1 401k company in the world, and BlackRock's a part of that. And those two, they schnoodle. But is there any way a state can step up and say, we are not going to use your guys as our retirement plan because you don't align with our values? We're going to shop for our own. Because I know Vivek Ramaswamy opened up his own competition investment group. Can the state say, we're going to go over here? We're not going to try to force laws on you and do that. We're just going to bypass you and go somewhere.
Well, we have, in that respect, we have the best treasurer in the country in Marlo Oak. He's awake to that. He's a finance guy and he knows it.
And he was early on. He came out of the gate swinging on this.
No, he's
what's that guy's name? Sinister Fink or I don't know, got an evil Harry Potter name. That guy. We need to get rid of him. Get him out of our lives.
But Marlo pulled a bunch of investments out of ESG backed funds. It's hard to escape it completely. But he's gone a long ways to doing it. And like say Vivek started his company specifically for that. I've got a good friend out of the UK actually that the company's out of the UK, and they started basically an America First investment company, and it's saying we're not going to do the equity, inclusion, diversity requirements. We're not doing social credit scores, and we do have the ability to fight back, and we are fighting back.
Those are free market answers where we just make them happen, punish them where it really matters, and that's in the free market. You punish the best punishments happen in the free market. The best arguments are in free market of ideas, and the best punishments are in the wallet.
It's difficult with the global economy where they control your currency. They've got the printing press. They control the interest rates. I mean, we can buffer ourselves so much, but these guys have a lot of power, and when they decide they're going to exercise it, we've got to have strong states to step up and say, not in Utah. We're not doing that.
All right. So where are we at on these comments? Because I get
O'Malley said that, what are we going to do about our giant problem with illegal immigration in this state?
Yeah. I was down at the border just last Tuesday, and got a group. They want to go down again tomorrow, and I'm just so tempted to jump in the car and head that direction. But
what border are you at?
It was in Arizona, down at Lukeville, south of Tucson there. But I read the next day, I got back and I read the next day that thousands of people were pouring through a breach in the wall. Well, these aren't breaches. The same contractor that's building the wall is going in and removing large sections of it. About every 300 yards, there's a 20-foot gap that's been cut into the wall. So it's not a breach.
He's probably getting paid to remove it.
Oh, absolutely.
It's coming and going.
It's a government contract, and so it's not a wall, it's a symbol, and we've got an open border, and we're processing people through there as quickly as we can. And when I was there, 95% of the people that I saw were young men. You know,
fighting age men,
military age young
Yeah.
men, and probably you know really earnestly seeking for a better life in America. But you get to where you're getting 1 million a month coming through, and now you got Chicago and New York saying they've got an immigration problem because of all the illegals that are being shipped there. And it's like, yeah, it's time to wake up and realize that a country without a border is not really a country. We're just a destabilized, you know, ripe for takeover nation.
It's an
It's
invasion.
an invasion. Yeah.
And you know what? It took strong governors to go, okay, you guys think it's okay for us to bear our economy through this and to bear our taxpayers through this? Why don't you guys have a taste? And we're going to do it in broad daylight, and you're going to have a taste. And now New York is going, what's happening in Chicago and even LA?
Yeah.
And they're all freaking out. And yet this is what Texas, Arizona, California, they've been dealing with this forever. And Utah, Salt Lake City was a sanctuary city.
Yeah.
So, or is.
Well, yeah.
Isn't it still?
We're a sanctuary state according to the immigration.
But strong, it takes a strong governor
So we've been,
to stand up and go, no, no more.
the Huns have chased the Visigoths across the river, and now we're waiting for the
Yeah,
takeover.
and you know it's great to be compassionate, but when you're compassionate to the extent that you know deprive your children of their security and their safety and their future, it's like, okay, is that compassion? Is that being, you know, it's foolishness. And why Utah is such a bastion for these cells, you know, homes with you know 15, 20 young men living in a home and circulating through, and we're seeing that. I mean, I've been to those places, and I've seen that right in, you know, West Jordan. It's like, okay, this is not. It's really unsettling. It's not compassion. It's foolishness.
And I don't want to say this to say that they commit more crimes than the regular citizen. I'm not going to adjudicate that. But we do know from the news story we read last week that the individual that committed the crime was an illegal that had got deported, 3 years ago, and then snuck back in. And one of the victims, age unknown, because he was an illegal, we probably don't even know who to contact. He's probably got family somewhere, and he's gone.
Victimized, and he can't be accounted for.
And
Right.
there's probably a good chance that they were all involved in illicit activities together, but I'm not going to claim that. I'm just going to say we've got one guy that shouldn't have been here, justifiably.
And 3 deaths should have never happened.
3 deaths and two people shot, 2 other people shot. And we've got to control it. We need to have, and I'm more than happy to say, well, let's let more immigrants in. Let's just set up a system so that it's a control.
So that's something that Chelsea mentioned when we were talking about these smart cities. And she said, you know, we already passed digital ID and biometric data in Utah. And that's true. And that was going to be a test ground. Utah was the test for that, I recall. And it was an option. You could jump in or not. Why aren't we using that technology at the border? Let's use biometrics and digital ID on undocumented people who want to come in.
Vaccinations, or
well, they didn't have to. Yeah, you didn't have to be vaccinated to come into this country, but you had to be vaccinated to work at Delta. You didn't.
The soldiers that were sent down there to help aid them in coming through was forced to get a vaccine that the people jumping the border was not forced to get.
Now,
safety. And
here I'm saying there's a need for immigration in this country. We do need these folks that are immigrant. We need them for certain jobs or whatever. We always need to be moving along and having certain industries need these workers. And there's no reason they couldn't be seasonal workers. Biometric data is done. We keep a record of them. They come in through the right channels. They work for their season and then they go home. But they have a company that's sponsoring them, that's making sure they're cared for and all of that. I don't see why we can't start right at the root of this problem and fix the way immigration is done right at the root. But we need to stop the flood of invasion right now, because everybody's trying to get in before a new president is elected.
Right, and it's a great opportunity for governors to speak up on that issue. Mac Warner's running for governor of or West Virginia, and he and I have spoken about this. And even though we're not technically on the border, every state's a border state, and Arizona needs to know that, hey, your lack of enforcement is affecting us. And so if you need help, we're going to deploy our National Guard. We're going to go down. We're going to help. We're going to secure our borders, either our state border or our national border, whatever it takes. And governors can do a lot more if they're willing to.
I had the opportunity to see Rand Paul and Kristi Noem and Mike Lee at one of his events, and I just remember listening to Kristi Noem talk, and I thought, we don't need a new Republican president in the White House. We need 50 governors just like her.
Yes.
Because then all the power to the states, that the federal government would no longer have the power if the states took theirs back and just said, no, we're done. We're an independent state. We're a sovereign state. We've got strong leadership. And that person's just one step closer to being accountable to me, the voter. Whereas the president is so far out, the effects of our lives, yes, it's an umbrella effect. But my councilman has far more effect on my life. A county commissioner has far more effect on my life than the president of the United States.
Yeah,
and then going
Congress can hold the president. They can shut him down.
Right.
It would be nice to I mean, when Kristi Noem came out during COVID and gave that speech, I remember watching it, this pornography that was on
4th of July
national TV, and she said, "This is not a power I have.
It's not constitutional."
And I was like, what? That was the most beautiful thing I've heard in a decade, because we haven't had political leadership say that, including Republican leadership.
Right. She said every week they did the COVID meetings with all the governors, and they were talking to. She said to her legal team, "You show me in the Constitution where it's legal that I can do any of these things."
Yeah,
and
this is the South Dakota Constitution where,
and here's the United States Constitution where. And so she said her weekly meetings got less and less and less of governors joining her, to the point where she was the last one and the only one who did nothing.
Yep.
Because she couldn't find it in the Constitution. Now, if we had 50 governors like that,
or 25,
let's just, I don't know.
Or 2. Let's go with 2. We'll shoot for 2 now. We'll get Phil in there.
I'm not against a national divorce. What are your thoughts if the state started to go their own way, blue versus red?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we tried that with the Civil War, but it didn't end too well. But
I'm scared of it. I'll be honest.
No,
I'm scared of it.
States are free and independent sovereign states. We are essentially independent nations. You know, we are still these United States, and governors just don't act like it. They don't. They've forgotten it. And so, you know, before we secede, I think we just say, like Kristi Noem did, it's kind of like, well, you can do what you want in Utah. We're not doing it here. And what's the response? You know, it's like, what are we going to bring in the military into South Dakota and make you all get a vaccination? Like it didn't happen.
Well, they did that to the military in South Dakota.
But yeah, so I think there's so much that we can do just to stand up and be strong. You're doing the nation a service as a governor to say no to the federal nonsense.
Here's a question: Did the Utah National Guard force the vaccine, or was that done federally?
It was a federal mandate.
Why didn't the Utah step in and say, "Wait a second, the National Guard belongs to me. Federal can't mandate it." And then on top of that,
they got to wash their hands.
3 months ago, what is it? 3 months ago, the Army came out and said, "Oh, we'll let you back in and we'll correct it so you're no longer medically discharged. Now you get an honorable discharge if you come back and work for us, because you know we can't meet requirements because for some reason a transgender didn't get more sailors to sign up, and my 2 moms on parade day didn't get infantrymen into my Army, and the only one that's kind of holding down the fort is the Corps."
Yeah. I mean, we had those discussions at the legislature, and and you know, to me, it made my head spin to see, you know, otherwise conservative Republican legislators defending businesses' rights to mandate a vaccine, you know, in the name of, oh, we
But
don't want to
no
tell
accountability if there was
yeah,
damages.
they're like, we don't want to tell businesses how they run their business, how they run their business. I said, well, where was that attitude when we were fining them $10,000 for not enforcing it?
Exactly. So along that same thing, so you're sitting up a legislator, and last year on session when they were talking about kids getting the transformation before 18, and you got to sit through those interesting debates. What were your thoughts on that and how Utah's going? I mean, as governor, what are your thoughts on men in locker rooms and on playing on sports teams against girls?
I mean, I've got a bill this session that just says that boys can't use girls' bathrooms and locker rooms, and
Not even with googly eyes.
it seems like a simple bill, but
It's so
It's laughable how simple
it's crazy. It even has to be argued on the floor.
yeah.
Don't pull your genitals out in the little girl's bathroom. It's simple.
And Andrew Breitbart used to say that politics is downstream from culture. So if you've got a culture that is, celebrating transgenderism and pushing drag shows on children and just, clapping their hands, it's pretty hard for legislators to fix that by, drafting some policy. It's just going to continue to go,
Maybe we need to look at this another way. Maybe when these invaders take over, they'll be more common sense minded and we can work for them.
It could be, but I do see the whole narrative crumbling. It's falling apart. It's not sustainable,
At every turn.
Well, people are getting tired. They're getting tired of it.
So the COVID thing, I mean, this latest booster, I think, has 4% uptake. So people that were, clamoring to get their next booster shot are not clamoring quite so hard anymore. They're recognizing that, oh, you actually can still get COVID, and the whole narrative. We're finding out that we're being lied to. Whether it's, clear back to JFK. It's like people are really, really skeptical right now, which I think is healthy. They've got to wake up.
I think we have to go back to Wilson. I'm going to say some hard truth for use with gentle ears. Cover your ears. Lincoln was the destruction of the republic. When he made it no longer a voluntary union of states, that destroyed the republic, and it cascaded from there. And granted, I think that the Civil War had a good objective, not a good objective. The Civil War had a good outcome at the end. That wasn't the objective during the start. You can fight me on that or argue with me, but we can just read Lincoln's own words.
This is actually Phil's time.
Yes.
So let's have people argue with you on your time.
Okay.
I want to know, Phil, our state has been almost famous and brought up, and Governor Cox as well as Herbert has been an economical drive. We've been a really great place for business and a lot of new business startups. We've got our own little, tech area in Lehigh that's, we've watched Silicon Slopes just start from 20 years, been growing. And now it's just really something to behold. And do you give credit to the governor's office and the governor of economic development's office? Do you give credit to legislation? Because I know there's tons of restrictions for businesses out there. And so I think businesses have thrived in Utah in spite of those, but I also think Utah's been pretty good business-wise also. And can you share the pros and cons and what's going to make us great and what you think has been?
Yeah, I would say in spite of the governor's office of economic development, we have a culture of work, of families, of providing for our businesses and ourselves. Utah, we send missionaries all over the world. They come back, they speak different languages, they have connections. Utah is an amazing place, and very, very capable people. And if you get out of their way, they'll do amazing things. I've seen it just, I guess, on a small scale with my CPA firm. We've seen, you know, at the city level or the county level, hey, we're going to attract these people. They're going to bring in a call center, and it pays $15 an hour, and we're going to, you know, have 70 new jobs here, and it's like, okay, well, what about the patio restaurant down the street where they've been paying them their own wages all this time? Are we going to help them? Are we going to make business easier for them? Or are we going to continue to raise their taxes and raise their cost of doing business? And Utah is a high tax burden compared with other red states. We could do better. We could do a lot better. And freedom is what's going to make these businesses thrive. To get out of their way, get out of their pockets, get off their backs. You know, reduce regulation. If we want to see housing prices come down, we open up some of the federal land that makes a lot of sense to build houses on. We reduce some of the regulation.
I'm going to break my neck nodding right now.
Tickaboo is a down on the north end of Lake Powell. I go over there. It's one of my favorite places in all the world. And it's not that I want to see a major city there, but every time I go there, I think this could easily have a city the size of St. George right here. It's got water. It's got everything you would ever want, and it's one of the most beautiful, you know, places for outdoor recreation. And yet we have no ability to expand. We say, well, we're running out of water, but can we build a new reservoir out there without?
Why are we sending water to California?
Yeah, we're sending
then?
water to California. I think that
and electricity. We need to deal with that. California should not have its hands in our legislation because of Delta.
The last gas refinery built in the United States was in the 70s. And then why don't we build some new refineries? Yeah. You know, why don't we build some
Is there a moratorium or something in place that we're not allowed? Because it has been the 70s since then the refineries have been built. And some could use some updates and some upkeep, but that's millions and millions of dollars. And even if you go to code, you'll still never reduce or get to the EPA standard.
You'll never get through the EPA standard. No, you'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, and never get through it. So, and that's something that a state could just say, well, that's not in the enumerated powers of the federal government. We didn't delegate that, so we're going to go ahead and just, you know, put together a power plant.
Yeah. So you would do that, you think?
Yeah.
I mean, again, you don't know what you don't know. Once you get into the seat, you'll learn a lot really quickly. But I'm just curious of what a governor really can do. And are you capable of doing some of these things?
I believe that as a state, we are capable of doing it. I believe as with the right leadership, we can demonstrate the political will to do it. It's the right thing to do. And back to your original, you know, about Utah being #1 and Forbes #1 list and stuff. It's there's a lot of things that we could do so much better. And when we get high marks from some of these kind of Marxist organizations, it's one of those things like
consider the source.
Yeah, it's like, consider the source. Look at what that really means, and what are they saying to us? You know, hey, we like that you're compliant with, you know, the Paris Climate Accord. We like that you're diverse, you know, pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I don't like that word compliant.
I think it's not fun.
I think COVID woke a lot of people up. I think this new move that we're taking with, you know, when that bill came through and those bills came through and you guys were arguing up at the Hill last year regarding boys sports, boys and girls sports. Sorry, I just want to see them.
Yeah, you're good.
I think people so badly want to make sure that we're not singling out a group that is very sensitive and vulnerable, and we don't want to, you know, make it tough. But at the same time, I'm a mother of a daughter, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, what about girls' rights? Where are the protections?
Hey, the patriarchy's crafty.
Rights.
Try to knock us down. We'll
These
come
bills
take over your stuff.
They weren't pro-trans, they were anti-female. So I think Americans, I hope you're seeing it in legislature, but I hope that your constituents have reached out. I know we've reached out to our legislators just to make it clear. Look, we want equality, yes, but that means protecting our girls, protecting our boys. We can't go into the weeds with this when it comes to our little girls' safety and all of that. Well, so I do appreciate that fight you guys had.
Yeah, the truth has to enter into the discussion at some point, you know, and we can disagree better, but let's start with the truth. Boys are boys. Sorry, sweetie, you're not a girl.
Would it work better? So we're arguing it on the front side, but would it work better if we waited a few years and let it play out and say we fast forward 5 years and all the scholarship for ladies softball go to gentlemen at the University of Utah, and we say, how's it looking for you guys now? Did you learn a lesson? Like you got a kid that's being bad, right? And you threaten to take away their cell phone, or you take away their cell phone. I'm just wondering, because showing them the truth, obviously they're like, oh no, there's 38,000 genders and spirit whatevers. And I'm just like, is there? How about we let them run with that for a little bit? Like we hold up in our little enclaves of,
I think that you risk too many
reality, keep breathing oxygen and let them.
We have a whole generation of kids that are confused. And until we put our foot down and we speak truth, and that's just it. We speak truth. There's not my truth. There's not your truth. There's just truth. Until we start doing that as a collective. And then we've got to get these kids out from being confused, because we're going to have a whole generation of, we already are. Depression is so high.
Yeah.
These kids fail to thrive. There's just all kinds of problems. And I wanted Jared to read, I don't know about this one. We can just kind of go along with.
Oh, you're handing me the controversial one because you don't want to.
No, we don't need to. She's talking about the church, but we'll talk about all the major churches.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this comes from Facebook user. We'll not throw names out today. All the major churches are in bed with the WEF and UN, including, yes, the dominant church here. As Rick Warren said, the WEF conference, you can't pull off your agenda without the leg of faith. And that's been very true throughout history. And it's sad, but true. And another thing we've got to look at, the leadership of the church is located in what city?
Salt Lake City.
Bingo. They're insular. They're in Salt Lake City. I've got cousins in Salt Lake City who tell me they are Republicans and they're on board with this agenda. It is what it is. It's the pressure around you, which is why you've got to strip away government encroachment into your life, and then their feelings apply to their life and your feelings apply to yours. That's that.
You hit the nail on the head right there. Someone is asking me about the church the other day. I'm a devout member and I love the church, but there's always been a deep state in the church. There always will be. And the message that people eventually learn is that they're responsible for themselves, that their decisions are their decisions. They're going to work out their salvation, between them and the Savior. And the church is not there to do it for you.
They're imperfect. They're perfectly imperfect because they're made up of imperfect human beings.
Perfectly imperfect. I like that. Yeah, you wouldn't have it any other way. So we look at these things. We see, and I'm baffled when the LDS Church comes out with such strong support for the United Nations. It seems like it's vaccines and across the board, but it never shook my faith. I just recognize, well, that's an organization. They're a world organization, and they have attitudes and opinions that I may not agree with. And I've never felt coerced in the church. I know some do, and probably some are, but I guess just in my own experience, I've always felt a lot of autonomy in my church membership and ability and responsibility to make my own decisions.
That is very refreshing. I mean, again, just like you're not going to say I'm a MAGA, extremist. It's just like saying, look, I'm a free thinker.
Yeah. I'm an extremist.
And I believe that
I want
to interrupt me.
Yes,
I want to interrupt me. You've won. You succeeded. The problem with our party, and I don't say it's a problem, but what Democrats fail to recognize is we will not fall into lockstep because we're told to by the higher ups. We are a party of free thinkers. Therefore, you know, your church may be doing something you disagree with, just like my government may be doing something, or a political person that I really like or follow is doing something I don't agree with. I'm able to stand up and go, not for me, doesn't make sense, or I don't agree with this. And that's why our party is spread out to so many levels. We don't fall in lockstep. We have a lot of infighting. In fact, if we could all jump on just the platform, just the belief in the platform, Reagan said, if you can agree on 80, the 80-20, you've got yourself a legitimate group of people fighting for good. And I really, really want to see that in our party and in our
I do too.
leaders. I don't have to agree with you all the time. But man, if we can just focus on the platform, which is individual spirit, the individual rights and freedoms that create a collective of people who are working together with faith in our hearts. And if it's not religion, then it's at least you have a goal to have a very independent nation that is free of corruption and, dictators.
I'm Jackson on the banks or on the Fed. I'm Coolidge on economics. I'm, I don't know. I like MacArthur on foreign wars. You know, it's just where I'm at. If you're going to send me over there to bleed on their soil, turn around, because it's going to get ugly.
Well,
I want to make it so violent that it's over overnight.
The more we, wrestle with hard issues in our time, the more, wise and intelligent the founders really do seem. When they said we hold these truths to be self-evident, they were talking about truth, and it is self-evident, and that's what governments are there to protect. And if you get back to the very, very founding, and that's what makes America such a unique experiment in all the history of the world is that we do believe in inalienable rights and self-evident truths, and that you can do what you can live your life the way you want to live your life,
but that all works if we have a moral people, and we're starting to lose a moral people.
Yeah.
Starting.
I mean, what we're seeing is a large group that is prepared to think it's okay that pedophiles should be able to be attracted to children, and that should be part of the LGBT group. And I'm thinking, I know LGBT groups that would never agree with that, but that's sneaking its way in.
This idea of communities, that we're all part of, this LGBT community. There's no such thing. It's just people. So, but yeah, it's really sinister. As soon as they start putting us into communities, we're not communities.
So, I think over the next 10 years, we're going to see the LGBT plus two-spirit moon people. I think they're going to explode because the T's are encroaching on the L sports. The G's are facilitating themselves into just common community. They're your neighbor. They're a good neighbor. They're a salesman at your store. They're your doctor, your nurse. They're in your life at whatever level. And I think we're going to see the common sense T's, if that exists, start to do that as well. But I think the only reason it still exists is because it's being pushed on it, but it's going to disappear out from under them. It's going to be like a plunger made out of disintegrating paper. And you go to plunge the toilet, and next thing you know, you're just hitting it with a stick.
So that's really
that
good.
Is very, very good.
Thank you. J.R. Rounds asked, does the caucus system help or hurt you? And also mentioned we have a lot of geothermal energy potential, not just nuke. And
yeah, so does the caucus system, do you think that can aid you, or do you think it's a hindrance on you in this run?
The caucus system is in my
favor.
Now you just got to get the media on board.
He's got to convince 4,000 people rather than 3 million.
Yeah.
He's got 4,000 delegates.
And the only reason I say that the caucus system is in my favor is because those delegates tend to be more informed, more conservative, and really not taking somebody else's narrative, and that's my space. That's where I thrive. I'm not trying to coerce anybody, and they appreciate that. So yeah, I've had a lot of dealings with the delegates over the years, and yeah, I think they are my people. I think like they think for the most part. Of course, there's going to be lots of delegates who don't support me. That's fine, but it's in my.
Well, if I can do my job right, I'd like to get you in front of the delegates out in Twilla County at least 3
Yeah.
times.
And I know Critchlow,
And
he'll drag you out here if you just quit looking around. He'll snatch you up. He'll have you out there in the firehouse giving a chat.
well, Mayor Critchlow is pretty extraordinary when it comes to educating the people
He's
as well.
way extraordinary.
And so, I want every candidate that's
Mhm.
running for this seat, for the senatorial race, we want them out here. And you've already been out here. That does mean a lot to residents like myself, that you've made the drive out here. Your people are out here. I know you're actively, you're coming out to our county quite a bit. And I would like to have you out another time where we can get you in front of the delegates. March 5th is caucus night, everyone. That goes for Democrats and Republicans. Stay tuned on our Twilla County Republican Party. We have 2 pages. One's private, one is public. If you join the private one, make sure you fill out the information, answer the questions, but keep an eye out for that. We're going to be sharing locations where you can go to caucus. Also, Phil Lyman for governor.com is where they can get your overview on what your policies are. Also, I'm sure you're looking Lyman for Utah. LymanForUtah.com.
Yeah, there's a hot link in the show notes
And
that'll
then
take you right to his stuff. So if you're listening, if you're watching,
I also wanted to mention that I'm sure, you are going up against an incumbent. And so you're probably going to need, for people that believe in you, maybe if they have any donation dollars, that you could probably do a lot with even a little in donations. Is that right?
Yeah, it takes a lot of money. And I've always believed that I'd have whatever I needed, and people have been generous. And but yeah, if they can make a donation, that it's really symbolic, really sends a strong message, and we can definitely use it. We can campaign on little money too. So it's just we're just doing.
And we've said before too, and I try to tell people all the time: if you don't have the money to give, offer your time. If you believe in a candidate, run as a delegate. If you believe in a candidate, make phone calls for that candidate, especially after caucus, because again, you've got caucus convention, you've got 4,000 people to get to instead of 3 million, the whole state. It's very expensive. This race is going to be very expensive, I'm sure. So if you go to his page, there's a place to donate. You can learn a lot about what he's been working on. And, Mally Mae, we weren't censoring you. We just were throwing 2 comments together because you both mentioned religion and
censoring
the other stuff. Mayor Critchlow says the moral compass is broken for so many people. And that goes to the effect that we need a moral people to have a working constitution.
And people rely on the government for their moral compass. And that's a bad thing. You need to rely on yourself, your family, what you've been taught, lessons you've learned in life. The government is not going to give you the answers.
Right. And also Mally Mae says he's got my vote, assuming I'm chosen to be a delegate again. And she wants to meet Mayor Critchlow, which will make that happen, Mallory. My goodness. You've been out to his city so many times.
We're going to drag Mayor Critchlow to a shooting course.
Yeah, I think they're making
He's
that
an old
happen.
cowboy, too. He'll probably show up with a 6-shooter, a 45 Navy on his hip.
And it looks like Fred Swain is also ready to give you his vote, which is a really great guy.
And he was a delegate also. So
I have another question because I haven't read it anywhere. Have you chosen a lieutenant governor?
Not yet. Talked to a few different people, and we have a couple of people that are in the wings. I found out you don't have to do that clear till the end of April.
Right. So my question is, are you looking for someone who's a lot like you? Or are you looking for someone who's a little different than you, but you follow the same ideals? Like, what kind of person would be a good lieutenant governor for you? Holly is my first name.
I'm honestly, I'm really interested in someone who takes the election integrity issue seriously, who's willing to address that, because that's I think the key role of the lieutenant governor.
But that reminds me, do you see any conflict with the lieutenant governor over elections when they're up for election?
Yes. Yeah, but it's not, since you're on a single ticket with the governor, it's as if the governor is over his own election.
Right.
You know, the lieutenant governor is not the executive. I guess they're part of the executive branch, but the executive himself, who's kind of overseeing his own election, their own election, that's a problem. And I think we need to.
I've heard people that are upset with that. Think we should have a Secretary of State or something.
We should have a Secretary of State. I'm going to push for that. Get a Secretary of State. They would be over their election as well, but they're not the executive. They're the.
Well, you could put the lieutenant governor over their election, split it up.
Over whose election?
The Secretary of State, and then put the secretary. Oh, no, that just sounds like
you make the Utah people.
That just sounds like a Dutch rudder.
Yeah.
No, I mean that just came to me. I know a lot of people have had a problem with the idea that, but it's how it's been in Utah. Is it in the Utah Constitution?
Well,
the lieutenant governor oversees the elections.
Well, we I don't know if it's in the Constitution. I think it's just in code, because we had a Secretary of State up until the late 70s.
Or just single term limits, and then it doesn't matter.
That would be so nice, wouldn't it? It really would be. It really would.
Yeah, you can get back in. You can have one term, and then you have to be out for two, and then you can get back in. But you'll never be over your own run.
I love you, O'Malley May. She's like, okay, Holly. Okay, I love her. We would love to set something up. We are getting 5 minutes before, and I want you to give us whatever information you think that we should have out here in rural Utah about you and your campaign.
Well,
what do you?
Yeah, hopefully, if I have a persona, it's that I will put my money where my mouth is, and I'll stand up. I got prosecuted for doing that as a county commissioner. Ended up actually going to jail, and which was really traumatic. At the time it felt really, really heavy, and it was very, very expensive, several $100,000 in attorney's fees and things like that. But in hindsight, it's something that I can look back and say, I didn't stand on the sideline. I didn't wait for somebody else to do it. I stood in the line of fire, and I took it, and that's I think that's what I'm about. That's what I am. I've said before, we don't elect representatives to go and negotiate the terms of our surrender. We want them to fight for us, and that's all I'm interested in doing is fighting.
What was the issue that you stood up for and were arrested over?
It has to do with the whole national monument, the Bears Ears National Monument, the raids on my town, and there's a lot to unpack there. But it was a huge overstep on the part of the federal government, and a huge, and people lost their lives over it.
Yeah. Right.
This is something that needs to be accounted for. Like, I'm not saying Obama needs to be shot out of a cannon, but at least shown the cannon.
Yeah, it was in 2009, right after Obama took office, and then my protest was in 2014. So yeah, it was just to me, it was a county commissioner doing what his duty is to do, and to do any less than that, I would have felt cowardly. So, and that's where I'm at as a governor. I don't like the idea of being governor, but I do really like the state, and I really like rural Utah. I feel like they're getting the short end of the stick so often. They are the breadbasket of the values and the resources and the production of the state of Utah. They don't get enough. They don't get enough love, and not that it's rural against urban. I think all of Utah feels Western. They feel they love the outdoors. We're a Western state, and I just want to be that. I like South Dakota. I like Kristi Noem. I like the way she governs. I look at that, and I think Utah's not different. We're not very different from South Dakota. We're not Colorado. We're not woke and green and all that nonsense. We're just good people trying to live good lives, and I just want to see that put back in place. And if I'm there for one term, that would be enough for me.
Yeah, Kristi Noem showed a lot of male governors what manhood looks like.
And she
straight up. Like those guys would have to be afraid of her undressing in their dressing room.
Yeah, and it's never talking points with Governor Newsom. I don't feel
Nope.
it. Always feels like that's what she thinks. She says what she thinks, and I so refreshing.
She's straight up and honest. It's fantastic.
I said this with Carolyn Phippen. I'm baffled that speaking truth today is something you got to stand and cheer for, but that's where we're at.
Mhm.
It's refreshing to hear people just tell you the truth,
It's a
and
revolutionary act.
yet it just should be how it is. But here we're a society that has been lied to by our government and, well, by our media, the entertainment that we watch on movies, and school
Yeah.
teachers, and
We've got
not
1
all
minute.
school teachers.
I've got a heavy question.
With 1 minute,
Yep. How's the media treating you?
I don't get any help from the media other than great organizations like yours. You know, Dwayne Benson's been awesome. So thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah, Dwayne's outstanding. He's our shot caller, our call
Yeah,
shotter.
you guys
But,
are doing it. I mean,
you know-
this week we're having a truthful conversation, and the rest of the world can go do their thing. We're having a truthful conversation, and I love it. And the people are listening, and that's going to continue to grow. So thank you.
and that's what we're
Yes.
here for. And seriously, we're going to share this everywhere we can.
Mhm.
We have enjoyed this conversation. You are welcome out to Twilla County anytime. I've talked to some of your campaign people. Please stay in touch, and we'll make sure you get in front of delegates. And our Lincoln Day dinner will be the 24th of February.
Okay.
And we'll have a reception before then. Seats are
Yes.
limited, but candidates, of course, will get you those invitations out first.
All by approval.
And please, again, go to Phil
Lyman
or
for
Lyman
Utah.
for Utah.
Go check out lymanforutah.com.
Check out that gorgeous website. My
Get in there.
goodness.
I know who built this thing. This is an
Wow.
outstanding
We
website.
should get that guy to be a call screener for us.
We should get him to get involved.
He's a wizard.
He is a wizard.
He is outstanding. He does a good job, and he's a good shot caller. Phil, thanks for coming on.
Thank
I've
you.
chatted with you multiple times, and I can't wait till the next time.
Me too.
You're a breath of fresh air when it comes to politics, and I know you're on the Republican, ticket because where else you going to be if you like freedom right now. And I like that you come with a libertarian mindset, and I think that's where we're finding the Republicans leaning more and more lately. And I
Hey,
hope
society is forcing you to be. You've got to pick a side at this point. You're either going to go with your roots and with truth, or you're going to fall into these categories that there's no getting out of. You're a hypocrite if you're going to fight this and fight this and fight this. When you're holding on to your values and your truth, it's easy. It's common sense.
Yep.
And I cannot thank all of you that participated.
Yes. Thank you,
tonight.
callers.
Fred,
Thank you.
Mayor Critchlow, O'Malley
Yes.
May, and Katie. Is it Katie?
Yeah, we've got Katie, O'Malley May. We've got Chelsea.
Thank you, Katie, for being on. And Chelsea.
Yes, Chelsea. And you know Chelsea very well. Chelsea.
Love
Holt.
Chelsea. He's amazing.
Yeah.
Truly amazing.
I've never seen anyone who the way she digs into details of stuff.
It's frightening.
She's
how
a policy wonk. She'll
information.
stay up all night reading the stuff that I use for bedtime stories make her feel invigorated. Like I'm telling you, I wouldn't make it through the first paragraph. I'm like, oh,
Is it a lot of legal speak? Because
she
knows a
she
ton.
reads the legislation on her own. By her, like no gun to her head. She's not like on a prison sentence or promise some awesome stuff at the end. She just does it on her own,
That's amazing, Chelsea.
like a crazy person.
Well, we are over our time.
Yes.
And
Phil,
please,
thank you.
welcome
And
again anytime.
everybody is saying thank you, Phil. Thank you for stepping up. My biggest thank you is thank you for stepping up
Absolutely.
and putting yourself on the line to do this. So that's impressive to me.
Yeah, you'll have
It's
half
an
the
honor.
state hate you in no time if you win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well,
God
our
bless you.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Everyone have a good night. This has been Phil Lyman.
Enjoy.
for
Happy
Utah.
New Year, everyone. We will see you
Yes.
next year.
Be safe. I want no DUIs in our audience. I want no deaths in our audience. I want you to go out and drink, but we got Uber. You can call me if
We have
I'm not
Uber
already
in
drunk.
Tooele County. Hey, Jared's Ubering for
Yeah.
New Year's.
Yeah, someone else will come pick you up. I'll be hanging out
Stay
with my
safe,
brother.
fans,
But
and
be safe.
love you, Mom.
Yep.
Good night.
We'll talk